Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yu Xiaojun from Guizhou University of Finance and Economics. Today I will give a presentation in the topics on the pricing decision of monopoly online car hailing platform, considering network externality and commission rate. This is my outline. My talk includes 5 parts. The first, introduction, then the problem formulation. Third one will be the equilibrium analysis, and then our simulation analysis. Finally, we will give a conclusion. The introduction part. Over the last decades, the Uber and Didi and the group studied this online car hailing, and they have obtained huge success and transformed the way we travel in cities. You can see from 2016 June to 2019 June, we have a great increase in this online car hailing. The research of online car hailing, abbreviation for OCH. The OCH service mode selection behavior were studied by these people, and matching problem of OCH also studied by these papers. And then for the pricing problem of OCH were studied by the reference papers, and the competition between OCH platform and traditional platform studied by this, and policy and regulation strategy of OCH market were studied by this, and empirical study of OCH. The OCH platforms are a meeting place for drivers and users, the utility of each related to the size of the other. Therefore, the OCH market is a typical two-sided market. The two-sided market theory was first proposed by Rothschild and Tirerol, and then later studied by so many peoples. So we go on with the problem formulation. The problem description. A hypothetical OCH market with a monopoly platform. The OCH platform adopts unilateral change, that is, the user registration fee and the driver commission fee, while the driver decides the user payment and transaction. A live city of length 1, for example, and the user and the drivers are evenly distributed in a linear city, and the waiting time of users or drivers is negatively related to the driver or the user scale. So we have the game model of the problem, and this is all the notations that we used in our models. So for the balanced calling pattern, the utility of the user I is described by Ui and equal V plus A multiply N and minus beta 1 minus multiply gamma 1 multiply N and minus R and minus T multiply Xi and minus P multiply N. The profit of driver J is described by Lj equal B multiply M minus beta 2 multiply gamma 2 multiply M and plus gamma multiply P multiply M and minus F multiply Yj. So the user and driver scale at equilibrium state is described by ME and NE, and the profit function of monopoly OCH platform is described by L1. The driver profit is described by L2, and the customer surplus is described by CS. And this is all the formulas. And finally, we can get the conclusion for the total social benefit is the TS equals L1 plus L2 plus CS. And then we are talking about equilibrium analysis. A two-stage price game model for equilibrium analysis. In the first stage, the platform decides the driver commission fee to maximize the platform profit. And in the second stage, the platforms decides the user registration fee to maximize the platform profit, and then the driver decides the user payment to maximize the driver's profits. And this is all the formulas that we deduced and we use in our models. And in the equilibrium analysis, we have undertaken the following assumption and the propositions. Assumption 1 and assumption 2 and the proposition 1 and the proposition 2. And then we talking about the simulation analysis. The simulation analysis. In this section, we only consider the relationship of functions lambda, p, r, ts, m, n, L1, and L2 of marginal utility A and B, while the other parameters are constant. The condition of simulation diagram is listed in Table 1, as shown here. So, we have get some results. From Figure 1, we can show that the driver commission rate at equilibrium state is a strictly monotone increasing function of the marginal utility A and B. This means that with the increase of the marginal utility, drivers can get higher commission rate from each transaction. Figure 2 shows that the user payment at equilibrium state is a strictly monotone decreasing function of marginal utility B, and a strictly monotone increasing and then strictly monotone decreasing function of the marginal utility A. And from Figure 3 and Figure 4, we can find that the user registration fee and the total social benefit are strictly monotone increasing function of the marginal utility A and B, respectively. If the marginal utility A is fixed, the increment of the user registration fee, or we call it the social benefit, changes more obviously with the increase of B. And reversely, if the B is fixed, the increment of the user registration fee change more obviously with the increase of A. From Figure 5 and Figure 6, we can see that the user and driver scale is a strictly monotone increasing function of the marginal utility A and B respectively. If the marginal utility A and B is A or B is fixed, the increment of the user scale or the driver scale changes more obviously with the increase of B or A. If the marginal utility A and B is fixed at the same time, we can find that the user scale is larger than the driver scale. And from Figure 7 and Figure 8, we can find that the platform profit and the driver profit is a strictly monotone increasing function of the marginal utility A and B respectively. If the marginal utility A is fixed, the increment of the platform profit changes more obviously with the increase of B. And reversely, if B is fixed, the increment of the platform profit of the driver profit changes more obviously with A. When the marginal utility A and B is relatively smaller, the platform profit is larger than the driver profit. Otherwise, the platform profit is less than the driver profit fixed at the same time. So, we come to our conclusions. The pricing decision of monopoly OCH platform considering network externality and commission rates. The network externality is intergroup externality, which consists of marginal utility and waiting time. The dynamic game theory model of this pricing decision problem is obtained by two-sided market theory. The relationship among the user payment, the driver commission rate, the user registration fee, the user and driver scale, the platform profit at equilibrium state, and the marginal utility of the drivers to the platform user, and the marginal utility of the platform user to the drivers is obtained. The simulation results validate the correctness of our analytical result. And that's all, and thank you for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to have this opportunity to present my topic. My name is Mingming Luo. I come from the School of Mathematics and Statistics, Guizhou University of Finance and Economics, Guizhou, China. Today, my topic is in Laplace fitting, based on a hybrid L1 L2 normal algorithm. There are 4 parts will be presented. First, I will show the introduction. Second, I will introduce the proposed L1 L2 normal model. Third, I will show the experimental results. Fourth, I will present the conclusion. Now, I will introduce the introduction. Ellipse fitting is a fundamental tool for many computer vision tasks, such as object detection, recognition, and 3D reconstruction. A large amount of technology has been developed for this issue. In my topic, L1 L2 normal model is proposed for a general conic by an implicit second-order polynomial. It can be drawn as f d theta equal to ax squared plus bxy plus cy squared plus dx plus ey plus f equal to 0, where d equal to x squared xy, y squared, x, y, 1. Present data points, data equal to a, b, c, d, e, and f. Transposition. Present parameters of the conic, the xk, yk, represents the coordinates of n data points. F dk data is called the algebraic distance between the point sk, yk to the conic. F d data equal to 0. The ellipse fitting of a general conic may be approached by minimizing the sum of squared algebraic distance of points. So the proposed L1, L2 normal model can be shown as the following equation, where lambda is the Lagrangian multiple, W is the vector of the algorithm, and C is the matrix. By introduction the Bridgman integration variable t, we can solve parameters data t and s. Thus, Ellipse theta xc by c, major semi-axis are x, minor semi-axis are y, and angle theta have the following equation. In my topic, we conduct simulations and experiments to evaluate the performance of the proposed L1, L2 normal method for ellipse fitting with simulated data. In this paper, sequence of experiments are discussed as follows. Experiment 1. Continue Gaussian noise in ellipse fitting. In this case, oscillator of ellipse point polluted with Gaussian noise with mean 0, and standard deviation 6 is simulated, and the simulated ellipse parameters are set as xc equal to 1 to 8, let's say equal to 2, 5, 6, Rx equal to 18, Ry equal to 16, 4, theta equal to 25, or 14, 5, or 16, 5, or 18, 5. In this case, under the condition that other parameters remain unchanged, at 14.5 degrees, the prediction result of a proposed model is the most accurate. The more detail can be shown in the table. Experiment 2. Continue manipulation the noise in ellipse fitting. In this experiment, a series of ellipse points polluted with manipulation noise with mean 9 and standard deviation 16 is simulated. In this paper, we applied the direct least squares DLS method and the proposed method to analyze the different noise points. The simulated ellipse parameters are set as the same with the experiment 1. In this case, two models are used to estimate the ellipse parameters by introducing different amount of noise. No matter how the amount of noise changes, we can see that the prediction result of a proposed model is better than that of the DLS model. Experiment 3. Continue manipulation noise and Gaussian noise in ellipse fitting. In this experiment, visit or zero or in-post point, plotted with Gaussian noise with zero mean and standard deviation 2, and at the same time with Laplacian noise with mean 16 and standard deviation 13.2. In this case, when we set the vector to a fixed value, W equal to 0.25, and the simulated in-post parameters are set as xc equal to 1 to 8, yc equal to 2, 5, 6, rx equal to 18, ry equal to 13, 4, and angle theta equal to 14.5. In this case, we mainly discussed the influence of the change of noise quantity and vector and the prediction results of in-post parameters for the DRS model and the proposed method. It is also concluded that the production of our proposed is better than that of the DRS model, no matter how the amount of noise changes. As for the change of vector W, W equal to 0.25 is the optimal value. It can say that the proposed model is good for navigation and all kinds of mixed noise without degradation of Gaussian performance. Comparison experiments suggest that the proposed method can bring great change for artificial intelligence regardless of the noise type. Now, my topic is finishing. Thank you for your listening.
Hello everyone, I am Liang Changli from Sichuan Agricultural University. Welcome to our paper, Exploring Users' Temporal Characteristics of Purchase and Comment Behaviors based on Human Dynamics. I will report our paper from 5 aspects. The first part is about research motivation. As we know, with the rapid development of Web 2.0, massive user-generated content (UGC) emerges, which produce massive aspects to our lives, such as increased interaction between enterprise platforms and customers, create a good reputation, and gain profits for enterprises. Online user comments influence consumers by eliminating the uncertainty of product information, thus affecting their online shopping decisions. Educate potential customers. Being introduced to experience of other customers can help or potential customer user protect well, influence e-commerce enterprise platforms' operation strategies, product perfection, and service improvements. As we know, previous studies on UGC mainly focused on UGC sentiment, usefulness, influencing factors, and its application of online comments compass, mainly with regard to usefulness, emotional analysis, recommendation systems. However, little research has been conducted regarding the formation rules underlying the timing of online user comments. Prior studies also found that human-made decisions respond according to certain statistic time clues, and that people adjusted their persistence level according to the distribution of delay time intervals they encounter, such as consumers also tend to adopt certain strategies in order to obtain the corresponding benefits when deciding when to release a comment. The points of time or time points at which any existing consumers' comments are published will also affect the decision-making time points of potential customers. Recently published comments have a greater influence on purchasing decisions to be made in the near future. Older comments are considered more important for making long-term purchase decisions. E-commerce platform should also explore the general temporal characteristics of users' comments, choose the appropriate time to motivate consumers, and promote the formation of online user comments. It can persuade consumers to generate effective comments with a specified time range. The many methods was used to describe online human behaviors, such as a person framework is widely used to quantitatively to describe a behavior rule and influence the underlying human behavior activities. Barbasi found that the counting of the time intervals between users sending and replying behaviors regarding emails and ordinary mails follow a power law distribution. Various dynamic models underline people's online behaviors, such as web browsing, online movies watching, online game and music, online instant messaging, online games, editing, entries on Wikipedia, login behavior of information system, topical replied behaviors on social networks, and consumer behaviors in e-commerce transactions. Purchasing goods and releasing comments online are two typical online behaviors. However, little research used the human dynamics of temporal characteristics of purchasing and commenting behaviors. Little research has explored this field. This paper used the time interval characteristics underlying users' purchasing and comment behavior within e-commerce environments to explore whether they also conform to the general rules of online human behaviors. We want to see what the underlying rules of the temporal characteristics of the two typical human behaviors in e-commerce environments. Massive research has been done exploring or describing human behaviors, while the most commonly used distribution theories with regard to online human behavior dynamics is a power law distribution theory. It's also called the non-tail theory. Pareto and Zipf had conducted pioneer work power distribution. We know its formulation such as inflows. Also, power distribution takes various forms in various professional fields. Scholars have also identified corresponding characteristics rules, such as the neural character diameters, the distribution of arithmetic numbers and frequencies, the distribution of word scales and frequencies, short name distribution, the distribution of numbers of papers published, distribution of numbers of web pages in website, and the time interval distribution of online human behaviors. We will use the typical indexes and methods used in the prior work to exploring our work in exploring the time characteristics of purchase and comment in e-commerce platform. I will introduce our method of exploring temporal characteristics of purchase and comment behaviors based on human behavior dynamics. The first part is I will introduce three indicators used in this work. The first part is about the time interval index, which has a time interval between two adjacent purchases, time interval between two adjacent cameras, and the time intervals between customer purchase and comment behaviors. The second index is about the Burstness index, which characterizes the frequency degree of human activities within a short time period and the degree of silence within a long time period. The third index is memory index, which describes the correlation of adjacent subsequences in a given time interval series. And then we will introduce a power distribution fitting method used in the reference 38, 39, and 40. The detail of the fitting algorithm will be found in our paper. If you interested, please contact me. I will send you the code. The third part is about the division method of time interval series. We produced the time interval series division method to explore different time stages, and will further analyze the different human behaviors. Or in sum, we proposed a comprehensive research from a research framework showed in this figure. The first part is we find our target comment page and we used our Python program or other customized crawling programs to get a raw comment, and we will extract the time and make and form the time series databases. The second part is about we will use a time we will do some time statistics analysis or stage division time series. During the time statistics analysis stage, we will do some time interval analysis, Burstness index analysis, and memory analysis. We will explore the adjacent produced in time interval adjacent commutative behavior and produce commutative interval. And during the homing behavior pattern analysis, we will combine some text analysis to explore different homing behaviors in different time stages. Next we will introduce our experiment results. We quote the data from one of the most important or famous electronic commerce platform named Guangdong, and we got three types of data. The first type was personal historic purchase records and comment records. The second type involved selecting data for 6 major product types, and the third type includes search type and experience type products. Through it was comment data from each for each individual product. The data for personal history purchase and comments used a random sampling to capture 11,081 purchase records from 152 users of the select online mall from December 1, 2008 to April 14, 2014. Some descriptions of the data will be shown in Table 2 or Table 3 according to our paper. The first part of the result is for the temporal characteristics of purchase behavior. We used 152 users' purchase history with a total of 11,081 purchase records, and about 73.87 purchase records per person on average. This included at least 2 purchase records and at most 1,063 purchase records per person. We choose one of the individual named Computation. We calculated its temporal characteristics. Its personality index is 0.5, which means he plans which means he purchased a product in short time, and there's no purchase record in a long time, and his memory one is 0.1264, and its power law fitting is minus 1.37872. The goodness of fit is 0.853. The second research for temporal characteristics is of comments behaviors. We choose three kinds of products, such as the 9-hour digital camera, badminton racket, and red wine. We calculate their power law indexes, which ranges from 0.878 to minus 1.092, and its Bostonese index ranges from 0.3 to 0.6, and its memory is very little. It's very small memory disk, and we also analyzed the temporal characteristics of purchase and comment behaviors. We used the data from 6 categories, such as office electronic products, notebook computers, routers and network cards, mobile phones and decorations, and cosmetics. We found that the shortest time interval is about 0 and the longest time interval is about 182. We found that these 6 categories products, the consumers' purchase and comment behaviors follows a power distribution, which power indexes range from 0.7 to -2. And also we conducted our further experiment. We divided the product type from experience type, experience good, to searched goods, such as D90 digital camera, band meeting rack is experience good, and a book or a wine is a search book. They also follow the same distribution. They are different in their indexes. And further, we use stages. We divided in prior work. We found that during different time stages, consumers behaves differently. They concerns differently. Or in sum, this paper have 4 main works, such as introduce a rule on online human behaviors, reform a application scope and fitting method of a power distribution theory, introduced 3 indexes describing the temporal rules for human behaviors, and proposed a method for dividing time interval series into stages, and used real data to empirical study examine the 3 indicators used for describing the temporal rules under 9 purchase behaviors, comment behaviors, and purchase comment behaviors. We have 3 conclusions, and with the Brushness index and memory index test, it shows that intensive purchase behavior with a short time period, non-purchasing behavior with a long time period, and memory of purchasing behavior, the time interval between adjacent comment release confronted a power law distribution, and the end of the distribution had clear fatal characteristics. The time interval between the 2 online human behaviors, purchase comment, followed the power law distribution, and that the power law index was in the range of minus 0.7 to minus 2. That's our paper. Thank you.
Research on quantitative models and correlation of QoE testing for Vehiclar voice cloud services. Abstract. Vehiclar voice cloud service can help drivers reduce the dependence on Vehiclar operation and improve driving safety. In the related test of automobile voice cloud service, quality evaluation, The research of quantitative model is an important part. The research and analysis of quantitative index correlation can effectively optimize and improve the test system, provide strong objective evaluation support for operators and service providers, and enhance the core competitiveness. Voice cloud service is composed of many models and involves many fields. The user's business experience is closely related to the end-to-end transmission elements, such as business categories, turning capability, and occurrence sense. The traditional QoE evaluation cannot meet the evaluation requirements. Therefore, this paper used the theoretical method to build the key index system of automobile voice cloud service, put forward the quantitative model of QoE test, and gives the key points. The results show that the model has a high accuracy and can provide strong support for the evaluation and testing of related services for automobile voice cloud operators and service providers. Part 1. Introduction. With the development of Internet technology, the application of automobile voice cloud service is more and more widely. Its many business includes TSP business and intelligent safe driving. The former mainly includes remote information services and live and entertainment services. The later many focus on safety and auxiliary driving and formation driving in order to improve user satisfaction. Operators and service providers usually adopt the QoS guarantee matching to optimize the KPI indicators. However, QoS cannot reflect the characteristics of subjective perception on voice cloud services. Ultimately, users do not care how the KPI indicators affect product quality. They just focus on the feeling of using the current service. Therefore, the operators and service providers have shifted. They just focus on the feeling of using the current service. Part 2. Related work. With the development of 5G technology, People have proposed some new scheduling strategies and models based on effective user behavior and traffic analysis methods to improve resource utilization, optimize the structure of quality of experience model, and improve the performance of wireless communication-related service products. Some scholars have also carried out new research on QoE. In previous studies, many traditional speech quality assessment models have been opposed for limited speech quality evaluation in communication services. In the field of cloud service, most voice cloud services transmit data through TCP, resulting in high latency. Analysis of key indicators. As is shown, the uplink voice is mainly used for user to provide an operational command that is uploaded to the cloud server through a wireless transmission. Therefore, the quality of the uplink voice, the date scheduling speed, the wireless transmission effect are important factors. The downlink voice is mainly used to provide the recognition result and operational response. The speech recognition accuracy, cloud server performance, latency, jitter, and service latency are important factors influencing the user experience quality. As is shown, on the basis of fully installing the work process of Vehiclar voice cloud service, the system is constructed by using FASP. The 5 levels that affect wireless video quality are QoS, quality of service, Vehiclar mounted environment, quality of user interaction, quality of voice, and quality of cloud. These 5 levels are the first level with the KQI layer. Each KQI level has its own standardization. Has its own secondary weight level, namely KPI level. Besides, let's say router and packet nodes, each index of the first layer is a fifth layer, and the second layer has its own weight proportion. The construction of operator QoE evaluation system can improve the ability of suppliers and operators to analyze the forecast business in a consultative manner. Modeling. Subjective factors gradually turn to measurable quality system, which leads to the evaluation results gradually turned to the real QoE. Full research on the relationship between QoE and its influencing factor makes us lead to quantify QoE and construct the relationship between QoE and real numbers for the perspective of mapping. In this table, QoE index is divided into two abstracts, with the accumulation of knowledge and the process of knowledge. There are more and more measure systems that transform subjective factors into objective indicators. We find a more accurate relationship between QoE and its influencing factors. As a subjective indicator of QoE, it is very necessary to establish an appropriate objective model for quantitative evaluation, which is helpful for service providers and operators to analyze and accept of business, predict the real QoE, and find the service defect so as to improve the continuous model testing and indicators analysis. In this table, the model is tested in the chemical network sensory. The purpose is to vary the effectiveness and reliability of the model in real sensories. The platform can be used as a real-time test platform. The car is mobile, carrying for the testing, and the vehicle brand is Rongwei 350. Conclusions. In this table, the characteristics of evacuum was called service and started, and the key index system is constructed by using FASP. The validity of the model is verified by data sampling, analysis, and construction of QoE. Test the quantitative model and the correlation of related indicators is studied. Through the research and the perception, meeting the application of the relevant system of the vacuum voice and a vacuum voice cloud service QoE test bring important help to the evaluation of the vacuum voice cloud service QoE, provides strong objective evaluation support for service providers and operators, and improve the core of competitiveness.
So my paper is a empirical study on the impact of scientific and technological evolution on new urbanization. And the author is Hu Ping and Xie Qun. There are 5 parts in my paper. So the first part is the question is raised. So due to the continuous growth of population and the improvement of urbanization level, Chinese cities have experienced unprecedented rapid expansion. China is faced with prominent urban diseases and great resource pressure, which restrict the sustainable and healthy development of cities. How to improve the quality of urban development and urban service functions through scientific and technological innovation, and further realize the balanced development of urban and rural areas, and build a beautiful China is a major and urgent practical problem during the 14th five-year plan period. So the second part, it is the literature review. So scientific and technological innovation and new urbanization is one of the hot spots in academic research. In recent years, scholars have begun to study the relationship between the two, but there are few academic achievements. The research is mainly carried out in three aspects. So the first is it is theoretical research. So there are a lot of scholars have some achievement. And the second is it is empirical research. And also scholars use different methods to study technology and new urbanization in different regions. Such as Liu Jintong used the VAR model to study the Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei region and believed that technological innovation and the evolution of urbanization levels are similar, and that technological innovation has had a strong role in promoting the development of urbanization. And the third is research on the relationship between scientific and technological innovation and new urbanization. So such as Wang Lanying, Tian Yipiao, Yuan Bo, and others believed technological innovation has had a positive impact on urbanization. However, research on new urbanization is relatively lacking. So in short, there were many studies on urbanization and scientific and technological innovation. However, the research on the interaction between technological innovation and urbanization was relatively insufficient. It is mainly manifested in 2 points. First, the research focused on replacing urbanization with population urbanization, and the research on new urbanization is slightly lacking. New urbanization emphasizes more on the urbanization of people and emphasizes the connotation of all-round development. It is mainly manifested. And the third is the research. It is also proposed in 3 steps. So the first step is design index system. So about the new urbanization index system, 18 indicators are selected from 5 aspects: population, urbanization, economic, social, resource and environment, and infrastructure urbanization. And the scientific and technological innovation, it includes 15 indexes in 4 aspects: input, output, environment, and transformation. So these are the specific indicators of new urbanization. So about the population, economy, and the social infrastructure, resources, and environment. And also these are the specific index system of scientific and technological innovation. Okay, it's not so clear. And the second step is to weigh. So the weight of each index of science and technology innovation ability is determined by coefficient of variation method, and then the comprehensive score of scientific and technological innovation level is calculated. So the formula for calculating the development level of scientific and technological innovation, like this. So this is the index, the code name, the weight. So the index scientific and technological innovation investment, X1. So this is the weight. And the technological innovation output ability, X2. So this is the weight. And the scientific and technological innovation environment, X3. Transformation ability of science and technology innovation, X4. And then the different years of the level of scientific and technological innovation, the level of scientific and technological evolution. Different years from 2006 to 2018. And those are the index 18 indicators. So we have classified into 5 types: the urbanization of population, economic urbanization, and also all of the indicators are weighted, and the social urbanization, infrastructure urbanization, and the urbanization of resource and environment. So Y4, Y5. And also the years from year 2006 to year 2018, the new urbanization level. So they are increasing. They are slightly increasing. And the third step is the empirical analysis. After the unit root test, it is found that the rate of scientific and technological innovation and the rate of new urbanization are both unstable time series, and the logarithm of the two variables tends to be stable. So in order to avoid pseudo-regression, we use ln y and ln x as our dependent and independent variables. So the assumption is like this. And the scatter diagram of ln x and ln y shows that there is a strong correlation between them. So this line stands for the ln x. So the red line stands for the ln y. So from the diagram, we can see they have a strong correlation between them. And finally, eViews 10 was used for OLS regression analysis. So the results, like this, the R-square equals 0.951557. So the equation fits well and is significant, and the probability equals 0. It passes 0.05 significance test. So finally, this paper uses on-language and canonical correlation coefficient analysis methods to test the correlation between the technological innovation and the new organizational mechanism. So the table, the correlation between scientific and technological innovation and the development of new organization. So our conclusion is included in the fourth part. So the fourth part is about the conclusions and the recommendations. So our main conclusion include the first one, during the observation period, the level of scientific and technological innovation and the level of new organization in Guangdong Province showed an upward trend. At present, the level of scientific and technological innovation is mainly based on scientific and technological input, while the ability of scientific and technological output and transformation is relatively weak. The new urbanization level of Guangdong Province is mainly manifested in population urbanization and economic urbanization, infrastructure urbanization, resource and environment urbanization development are not enough. But in 2018, the urbanization rate declined for the first time, which may be related to the return of population. And the second is the level of scientific and technological innovation has a positive role in promoting the change of new urbanization in Guangdong Province. So every 1% change of science and technology evolution coefficient will bring about 0.524% change of the new urbanization rate. Based on the conclusion, we have some suggestions and countermeasures. So the first is Guangdong provincial government should maintain investment in scientific and technological innovation and build a better environment for scientific and technological innovation. And the second is through scientific and technological innovation, Guangdong Province realizes the reconstruction of urban functions and the improvement of service level, and makes up for the shortfall of low population urbanization level. And the third is we need to strengthen our capacity for scientific and technological innovation in combination with the development of new urbanization. And the fourth, we can accelerate the transformation of the economy driven by scientific and technological innovation. So that's all for my paper. Thank you very much.
A programmer routing system for semi-physical simulation. The first one, introduction. Some new approaches are proposed to improve network routing and measurement based on analysis on user behavior and traffic. Researchers focus on resources utilization, energy efficiency, and traffic reconstruction. To test this, some new technologies, a chip test platform is in session. Computer networks is the product of the function of computer and communication technology after a long time of development. Computer network use communication equipment and lines to connect computer systems with different geographic locations and independent functions so as to improve network software, network communication protocol, information exchange mode, and the network operating system. The computer network can realize the resource sharing and information transmission in the network better. Routers and switches are important components of computer networks, and their Internet implementation mechanism is a key to determine and the multi expansion capabilities of computer networks, such as performance, functions, and security. Therefore, this article takes routing designs as the entry point of community network system design and designs of programmable routing systems. The system transforms a multi-network card computer into a router, which can process network data frames. The protocol and the router algorithms are defined by the user, and the changes in the routing table and the data frame are recorded progress. The platform can enhance users' independent understanding of computer networks in order to achieve better simulation and testing results. Routing structure and implementation principle. The routing structure is divided into a hardware structure and a software structure. The hardware structure extracts data from the bottom layer of the hardware. The software structure is the processing layer, which is responsible for processing the data extracted from the hardware to write its own forward structure. The combination of hardware and the software through the processing of the CPU to achieve the routing function. The hardware structure diagram is this picture. An IC drive packet buffer, network driver responsible for copying the data on the network forward, filter the data captured by the user at the kernel layer, time step, the time interval returned from each copy the data of the kernel layer to the user memory. NPF buffer, coloring and serial buffer. The software structure is in this picture. Packets can call back routing function for soft routing to process packets. DLL extension, the interface reserved for user to use for pricing. The core of the realization of soft routing is that compared with commercial routers on the market, the forwarding process and the principle of forwarding must be considered. When soft routing receives data from a certain network card, it first decodes the TTL time for its IP packet header. If the TTL time is found to be 0, the data packet is discarded. Otherwise, the routing table encapsulates it and replaces the Ethernet header. At the same time, the soft router checks the destination address and performs an AND operation with the destination address of the routing table. The longest match is the routing that matches the forwarding, and according to the packet's encapsulation, the checksum of the IP packet is recalculated and set off from the network interface. Capturing and sending packets are implemented using WinCap. Now the routing forwarding process is shown in this picture. Implementation process. The programmable routing system is being designed in this picture can be used for computer network teaching and network testing. Users can design protocols and routing algorithms by themselves and observe the routing process to deepen their understanding of the working principle of computer networks. According to the system implementation technology solution, the system diagram is shown in this picture. It can be seen from this picture that the system includes more than 2 single network card hosts and 1 multi-network card host. The number of network of the multi-network card host is greater than that the single network card host. The network adapter of the single network card host and the network adapter of the multi-network card host are connected through a network communication device to transfer data frames. First, get the adapter list, get the MAC address and the gateway address of the adapter. Then open the corresponding adapter according to the operation selection, and then specify the corresponding filtering the adapter and start capturing information passed by the adapter. While capturing, you need to receive the captured data packets, process the data, and display the data, and finally close the adapter. In the process of data packet reception, the design of the reception affects the efficiency and the accuracy of this capture, and even determine the success of filling of the captured data packet. During the capturing process, Shortcut needs to start a new thread in the host memory, which is responsible for listening to the adapter for the arrival of data packets. The meaning of this thread is to be separated from the main form thread to avoid the main thread from blocking when a packet arrives and to prevent the program from dead. The security strategy adopted in the system refers to the XCAS protocol for the operating system to progress the data packets in the network adapter. Security policy blocking refers to using the operating system's owner security policy to block the connection between the network card and the operating system, preventing the operating system from automatically processing data frames. The flow chart of the system using SharpCap for data packet capture is shown in the picture. The specific implementation steps of the above programmable routing platform are as follows. The first one, edit the link layer data frame. The data line link layer is responsible for combining bits into bytes and combining bytes into frames. Frames are used at the data link layer, and the data packets passed from the network layer are encapsulated into frames for transmission according to the type of medium access. The second one, use SharpCap to send the edited data frame on the single NIC host site. The core technology in the network adapter is the random concatenation-based medium access method, that is the CSMA-CD method. The process of sending the edited data frame using SharpCap is as follows. A carrier sends because the data used matrix size coding. It can determine whether the bus level jumps to determine whether the bus is idle. The second one, use multiplying network card hosts as routers to receive data frames. In the progress of receiving data frames, mining using network adapters. Otherwise, go to the next step, check the destination address of the frame to see if the frame can be accepted. If it can, then go to the next step. The fourth one, using security policy to prevent the operating system from automatically processing data frames. The use of the operating system on a security strategy blocks the connection between the network card and the operating system, and prevents the operating system from automatically processing the data frames. The fifth, capture data frames on multiply network card hosts that analyze the data frames. In the packet parsing cell, it's necessary to analyze the content of the actual packet. The sixth one, read the routing table and call to write routing rules. According to the requirements of captured data frames, the user writes the corresponding routing rules and stores them in the form of routing tables, and finally captures the corresponding data frames through customer routing sets. Experimental test. The steps of configuring routing and remote access in the experimental test as follows. Click Administrative Tools in Start and select Routing and Remote Access function in the Administrative Tools. Then you will see the configuration while select the local cell click Operation, Configuration, Configure and enable routines and remote access. Click Next. Select Customer Configuration. Next. Select LAN routing and then click Next. And finally click Finish to start routing and remote access. Create a new batch of processing file, MyRootBat, and place it in the director folder that starts automatically at boot, and edit the content of MyRoot.bat as follows. The routing table before running is this picture. After adding the routing table is this one. Can complete the 192.168.1.0.24 network forwarding, Win7, Win10, open routing and remote access modification. 1. Open the register editor. 2. Open the register editor and find the following entries. After the modification is complete, enter the IP C1FIG-O on the CMD command line to view the opening information as shown in the figure below. Experimental test results shows that the system can realize functions such as routing and forwarding, remote access, recording data frames, and routing information. Thanks.
My paper is EAI SIMUtools in 2020. The author is Zhou Wen. This paper is about the analysis on the current situation of network media literacy of the post-90s university students. There are 4 parts in this paper. The first part is forward. Media literacy has always been an important topic in this field of journalism and communication. In the era of network communication, there are more and more problems of media literacy, and more people pay attention to media literacy. Nowadays, China's post-90s quickly became the main force to use new media. In the endless social public events, the post-90s college students are the main concern, direct participants and promoters, and become the main driver and backbones of public events. Therefore, it has become an urgent problem to understand the network media literacy of post-90s college students, analyze the existing problems, and seek effective ways to improve. How to use the network reasonably, maintain the network security, improve the media literacy, and promote the steady realization of the network power is the contemporary college students need to solve the topic of the times. The second part is literature review. Number 1. Theoretical analysis of network media literacy research. Media literacy is an imported word which was first put forward by European scholars. In 1933, scholar Lewis and Thomson published the pioneering work of media literacy education culture and environment. The cultivation of critical consciousness. For the first time, they made a systematic exposition on the introduction of media literacy education in schools, put forward a complete set of suggestions, and designs a wealth of classroom exercises. In 1992, the American Media Literacy Research Center defined media literacy as the ability of people to choose, question, understand, evaluate, create, produce, and respond intelligently to information in different media. The concept of media literacy in China was gradually accepted after the 1990s. In 1997, Bu Wei, researcher of Chinese Academy of Science, published the first article on the research of media literacy. Since then, his on the significance, content, and method of media education has opened the doors of media literacy research in China. With the rapid development of the network has penetrated into every aspect of the society. In the article, Media Literacy in an Interactive Age, its author, Art Silverblatt, professor of communication and journalism at the University of Webster, pointed out that the Internet has emerged as an important research field of media literacy, and put forward a unique research perspective of network literacy and information literacy. Number 2. Literature summary. At present, there are 1,367 articles about network media literacy in China National Knowledge Internet. Most of these studies are conducted from the perspective of communication, journalism, and education. However, compared with other fields, the research in this field starts late, and its quantity and quality are weaker than those in other fields. The high-quality literature mainly focuses on the theoretical analysis of Western media quality education. The quantitative research on the media literacy of local college students is less, and the research on the network media literacy of post-90s college students is even rarer. Three survey and analysis on the status of post-90s college students, network media literacy. The author selected the on-site questionnaire samples from Sun Yat-sen University, Guangdong University of Financial and Economics, South China Agricultural University, and Guangdong University of Foreign Studies. Questionnaire survey contents. The questionnaire involves the university students' contacts and motivation for media, university students' cognitive degree on the media literacy, university students' critical ability on media, and so on. 300 paper questionnaires were issued, and 299 questionnaires were recovered on-site, with a recovery rate of 99.67%. Among them, there are 283 value questionnaires with a recovery rate of 94.3%. Types of media. The types of media most frequently contacted by post-90s university students. Media use behavior. According to the survey, more than half of the university students use the mobile phone and network media for more than 3 hours within 24 hours, accounting for 62.96%. 101 university students use the new media for 0.5 to 3 hours per day, accounting for 34%. Media use behavior. According to the results of survey, those who use the new media for study account for 30%. Those who read news for keeping relations with society account for 20%. And those who aim at social contact account for 49.2%, while 41.2% of university students use it for fragmentation, entertainment. Prying into the privacy of others. In terms of prying into the privacy of others, the survey results show that 71.23% of the students never use the media to pry into others' privacy, while 28.77% of the university students admit that they will choose to do so, and like the information about the privacy of others disseminated on the new media. Attitudes to the media literacy. The post-90s university students have little idea about the media literacy. Over half of the post-90s university students say that they have never heard about the concept, accounting for 53.89% and 43.72% of them know the connotation of media literacy through lectures and courses. The interpretation ability of media information. The survey shows that post-90s college students have a certain ability of interpretation and can make judgments on the authenticity of media information in line with their knowledge, framework, and thinking ability, such as one movement a day keeps the cancer away. Seaweed is actually made of plastic. A pupil who is infected with rabies bugs, like a dog dueling out lake. Property can be stolen via WeChat payment called screenshots, and so on. Post-90s college students can use common sense to falsify. According, the vast majority of post-90s college students can also maintain a certain degree of vigilance and can rationally carry out the next step of action. 57.57% of them will check the authenticity of the information, but will not forward it. 36.3% of the people will only forward it after confirming the authenticity of the information. Only 6.06% of the post-90s college students will forward it without thinking. As for whether to release information about bad emotions and vulgar tasks, 68.89% of the respondents chose never. 29.43% of the college students chose occasionally, and 1.67% of the respondents still choose to publish or forward the information with bad emotions and low tasks. The survey shows that the post-90s university students have strong personality and purpose, which is reflected in the use of new media. Obtaining and transmitting information and providing entertainment are the basic function of mass media. The post-90s university students underutilize the social functions of mass media. The post-90s university students possess a certain critical thinking, but lack critical ability for media resources. For the phenomenon of human flash search and network tyranny emerging in an endless stream on the internet, 47.12% of the post-90s college students interviewed know. 50.23% of them don't care, and 2.65% of them don't know. In don't care about, 50.23% of the students say, don't want to know, don't care, no interest. On the choice of how to view network tyranny, social phenomenon, 34.45% of the students saw it was immoral. 53.78% of the students thought netizens have the right to express their own opinions. It is a need to vent their emotions. And the remaining 11.77% students saw that it doesn't matter, it's none of my business. Based on the above data, a total of 93.87% of university students will make motivated judgment on the authenticity of information source. But having certain judgment is only a shadow level of judging whether the information is true. Lacking the ability of in-depth analysis of media information and lacking the ability of thinking and criticism of media resources from a diversified perspective. The first part is conclusions and recommendations. The post-90s university students not only shows their psychological dependence on media resources and their certain discrimination ability for information source, but also shows their media literacy acquired in long-term information infiltration. The study found that the post-90s university students have a certain judgment for media resources, but they lay the awareness of critical field of media information and lay critical thinking and critical ability for media resources from the multiple perspectives. Accommodations. Number 1. Formal school education. The general course of media literacy promotion is widely carried out in universities. Number 2. Self-education. The media literacy of the post-90s college students is mainly embodied by self-identification, self-study, self-restraint, and self-cultivation. About self-education. The path of self-education is inseparable from the premise of establishing stable and effective school education. The post-90s college students must cultivate self-restraint media character and from their own unique media self-cultivation. In the aspect of strengthening self-study, the post-90s college students can acquire positive media information actively and form their own recognition symbols of media information through their own decoding, coding, and sorting. The self-discipline and self-cultivation of the post-90s college students is the media ability, which is the ability to use and deal with the media information. Self-cultivation needs to be formed through reflection and self-denial. The post-90s college students need to resist the temptation of all kinds of vulgar information. Form their own self-restraint system, keep their alertness on the ideological level at all times, and comply with social norms. Post-90s college students must cultivate self-restraint media character and form their own unique media self-cultivation. This is all my paper. Thank you for your listening.
Many objective optimization problems (MAOP) are important to the field of computing intelligence, which leads to more requirements for the evolutionary many objective algorithms (EMAOA). Meanwhile, we concerned that the evolution process also has some influence on the performance of results. So, we present a many objective scalar hybrid optimization algorithm MaSHOA, which takes an effective scalar search algorithm SSA as the evolution framework and a reference point-based many-objective evolutionary algorithm NSJA served as the EMAOA framework. Here are the key processes for our paper, such as random initialization, non-dominated sorting, scalar migration, seasonal convergence, live flight, major population, reference point association achievement, a joint fitness function, adjustable reference points strategy. This paper proposes a many-objective optimization hybrid scalar search algorithm, MaSHOA, which utilizes NSJA third for reference of many-objective optimization framework and integrates SSA into it. The basic framework of MaSHOA is similar to the original NSJ third. The selection and mutation operator is modified with some strategies. For NSJ third, we refer to three main sections, namely initialization, non-dominated sorting, reference point. For the initialization, we will initialize the population randomly, and then for the non-dominated sorting, we will sort by fitness, and this will be applied to select current members in dominated level out into population P until members with the current level L are selected to make the size of P more than N. Finally, for the reference points, we take three steps. First, normalization of population members, then association operation, and last, nature projection operation. Then for the SSA, it is a novel national heuristic optimization paradigm called Squirrel search algorithm to simulate the flying scalar seek for food on trees. The evolution framework of MaSHOA is similar to the original SSA, and then I will introduce you to the evolutionary framework of SSA. After the initialization operation is complete, the scalar begins to forage and the search process begins. During this time, they began to migrate and explore various forest areas. Scholars from their own migration routes based on the fitness of their companions. As the weather changes, they adjust their foraging strategies to increase the likelihood of survival. This foraging strategy runs through the entire life of each scholar. Based on the many objective optimization framework of NSJ third and the evolution framework of SSA, this paper presents a many objective optimization hybrid scalar search algorithm for the MaSHOA. We have made three major innovations, namely a joint fitness function, many objective optimization, scholars evolution, and adjustable reference points strategy. This is a joint fitness function. This section shows how the joint fitness function is comprised of scaling evaluation, reference point association achievement, and the number of current generations. Besides, in the original selection operator, after the non-delimited sorting, only the pj could be considered to assist the following selection operators. The joint fitness function is applied to sort and choose the candidate solutions. The solutions with the better joint fitness value could be selected into the new population first. The population P involves and mutates through the method of this section into population S. In this part, the joint fitness function is treated as the sorting reference, and the figure shows the procedure of the many objective optimization, Squirrel evolution, and the required calculation formula. In the original reference point set method, the reference point associated without any solutions will be deleted, and in this section, an adjustable reference point storage is proposed to update the reference point. The original reference points and their corresponding reference vectors are shown in Fig A. As is shown in Fig B, there are no solutions associated with R2, so x1 with the maximum distance is chosen to adjust R2 to x1. x1 becomes the new reference point. Meanwhile, in every adjustment process, the one reference point cannot be associated with more than one new reference point. This storage could make sure the diversity while making solution set evolve to the advantageous direction, instead of the original even reference point set. To analyze the performance of the proposed algorithm, this section designs the comparative simulation experiment based on the previous work. We chose NSJ, SORD, and MOEAD to contrast the MaSHOA, and all these three EMAOAs are simulated at classical many objective optimization test problems, and we will analyze their IJD metric and pure coordinate plots. This is the box plots of 8, 10, 15 objectives. This is the means and variances of IJD obtained by simulation results on DTLZ1 and on the DTLZ1 problems. MaSHOA has the best means on the 3, 8, 10, 15 objective problems, and the best variances on the 5, 8, 15 objective problems, and The other two algorithms don't have better performance on all DTLZ1 problems. This is the box plots of 8, 10, 15 objective DTLZ1 2 problems. It is shown that some of MaSHOA boxes are completed into a line, which means the proposed algorithm has greater stability rather than others, and the boxes of MaSHOA are lower than others on the height in the figures, which means the IJD values of MaSHOA are less than others, so MaSHOA has better constancy and diversity. This is the PLO coordinate plots of 10 objective problems. Figure shows 6 PLO coordinate plots of results on 10 objective DTLZ2 and DTLZ4 problems. We can see for the problem DTLZ2 and DTLZ4, MaSHOA can show a more integrated fitting position of PF than the other two algorithms, and the results on DTLZ2 and DTLZ4 obtained by MOEAD are not uniform, and the results on DTLZ2 obtained by NSJA third are not uniform either. The results on DTLZ4 obtained by NSJA third are uniform but not good as those of MaSHOA. A similar phenomenon is observed in this figure, which presents 6 pure coordinate plots of results on 15 objective DTLZ2 and DTLZ3 problems, and it is shown that the performance of 3 algorithms is affected by increasing the number of objectives, and MOEAD and NSJA third could only present the part of idle PF, while the proposed algorithm could show integrally the PF relatively. In the end, we can sum up that the MaSHOA have the following innovation points. First, utilize NSJA third for reference and integrates SSA into it. Second, a joint fitness function. Third, many objective optimization scholars evolution. Last, adjustable reference points storage. And the MaSHOA have the following advantages. First, strong roundness. Second, faster convergence. Third, good performance on diversity. Last, avoids the dimensional catastrophe problem that exists in many objective optimization problems. Thanks for your listening. It's my pleasure to explain it to you.
Hello, my name is Alexander Putzicher and I'm an employee at the Chair of Modeling and Simulation of the Computer Science Department of the Technical University of Dortmund. I will talk about simulation environment for autonomous robot swarms with limited communication skills. Therefore, I'm going to motivate the topic before I explain the basic model and its control. Then the simulator itself and some use cases will be presented. Afterwards, we will look on the performance results and limitations of the presented techniques. This leads to the closing conclusion. The major topic is the control of intelligent autonomous robots in outdoor missions, especially for disaster areas. The focus is on intelligent agents with larger computational resources and capabilities to solve tasks on their own. Thus, each robot can act alone as well as in a team, but it costs a lot of time and money to get such a group of robots. That is why a realistic simulation is needed to prove the correctness and benefit of a developed swarm behavior. Hence, we tackle the problem of realistic network simulation as well as co-design for maintaining digital twins inside the simulation. Consequently, one control technique for different mission types is proposed. This technique requires aggregations of cost functions to map missions targets into control logic. Our represented approach is designed to work in simulation as well as on real robots, so real time constraints have to be met. In addition, we propose connection-aware behavior based on monitored and predicted bandwidth of an ad hoc network. In the following, I will talk about the basic concepts of the simulation. Our target mobile robot platforms are ground-based vehicles like tracked or walking vehicles which have the ability to turn on the spot. This leads to a discrete nonlinear model for non-holonomic systems. Thereby, xk denotes a point in state space consisting of 2D coordinates x and y and the orientation angle theta. The transition from an old position to the current position by applying the current control value is expressed by the nonlinear transition function fk for a discrete time step k with the time delta of delta k. The control value consists of a velocity u in current direction and a rotation velocity theta dot. This system model is disturbed by a zero mean Gaussian noise which can be adjusted by the covariance matrix Q. The model itself is just a small part of the entire control system, which can be separated into four major parts. The communication part sends and receives messages about the current missions, obstacles in vicinity and state, as well as plans for other agents in the swarm. Based on these information, cost functions are selected and parameterized to calculate a reward for a trajectory that has been created through applying control values to the system model. This reward leads the optimizer to create a new control plan which is applied to the system model and so on. After the optimizer converges or the planning time expires, the first control value of the best known control plan for the best trajectory will be used for the actuator of the real-world system. This causes a change of environment which in turn changes the sensor values. The gain sensor data updates the system model for prediction. The control technique is known as Model Predictive Control, in short MPC. As optimizer inside the MPC, control particle belief propagation, in short CPBP, is used. It combines a Markov random field factorization and multimodal gradient-free sampling to perform simultaneous path-finding and smoothing in high-dimensional spaces. A drawback of this sample-based MPC is some noise in the output signal that causes a slightly modified trajectory after each calculation. In general, the algorithm can be divided into three functional steps. CPBP starts with an initial point in state space. Then it samples the control space with additional information like upper and lower bounds for each control dimension and a normal distribution at the mean control value. The drawn control value samples are applied to the system model to predict the following states. This generates a tree of trajectories known as guided random walkers, here the black lines in figure 1. These are evaluated by cost functions. If the costs are normal, then the algorithm will proceed in the same way, otherwise it performs a resampling step. See the blue lines in figure 1. This step prunes all expensive trajectories and copies the cheap ones up to the current step. then the algorithm can proceed as before. After the maximum number of time steps known as control horizon is exceeded, the best trajectory selected by total minimal costs is chosen. See the violet trajectory in figure number 2. Then a backward local refinement algorithm smoothed it to gain the optimal trajectory. See the red trajectory in figure 2. The resulting trajectory does not need to be globally optimal, but it is the optimum of all sample trajectories. After this calculation, the first control vector is applied to the system and the sensors update the real physical state. The former optimal trajectory will be shifted by one time step and used as initial guess for the next trajectory planning call. See figure 3. The evaluation of the trajectories require cost functions to gain a scalar reward value. Therefore, we will propose 3 of our basic functions to map entities and behaviors to costs. In general, CPBP only requires the separation of state and control costs. No gradients, no steadiness. But even this can be relaxed for piecewise fixed values. So we are free in the design of functions and logics. We define positive values as repulsive areas and negative costs as attractors. The most important cost functions are based on the distance between an entity and a robot agent. This distance depends only on its coordinates and not on its orientation. Depending on the obstacle type, linear or quadratic costs are suitable if a robot enters a specific area around an entity. This is only for simple collision avoidance, but if you invert the costs, it is an attractor field with limited influence. For global attractive positions in the state space, rational functions with limited range are more appropriate. For objects like convoy vehicles of an escort robot, social functions can be used. They possess a repulsive area which prevents collision and an attractive ring at the desired distance which leads the agents to surround the vehicle. Moreover, we implemented functions to consider soil conditions of the terrain, logistic missions, surveillance towers with a reduced field of view, and connection quality dependent behavior. Those complex functions require the entire state and control vector as well as additional information about other agents in vicinity. The connection-aware behavior is one of the key features of the simulation. Thus, we presented in short the basic elements to predict connection qualities. Here we have the sender agent on the left side. It sends with a transmission power PT in decibel based on 1 mW. The signal is amplified by a sender antenna gain GT. Based on the distance and the used carrier frequency F, the power dissipates in the space. In addition to that, the damping of each obstacle in the line of sight absorbs transmission power. The resulting signal strength is again amplified by the antenna gain GR of the receiver. The received signal strength index, RSSI, is only one indicator for signal quality. Depending on the noise floor at the receiver's position, the signal-to-noise ratio SNR indicates how well the signal can be extracted from surrounding electromagnetic noise. This disturbance can be natural, like Joy-Nyquist noise, or human-made by using active signal jammers, which are implemented as well. Based on those indicators, the real bandwidth can be approximated. For more details, I refer to our paper. After the presentation of the basic concept, we will look into the simulation software. The main concept was the strict separation of the physical as well as logical simulation and its graphical representation. The former should be usable with different graphical representations depending on requirements on design or performance as well as on real robots. Consequently, the simulation is designed as realistic as possible. Each robot creates 4 threads with different timings. One for the control and planning algorithm, one for the sensors, and another one for the actuator. The last one simulates the communication module. When it is suitable and realistic, we use shared memory with as few locks as possible by ordering the reading and writing processes. Hence, we reduce the synchronization to a minimum and sacrifice some precision for more performance. Additionally, there exist 2 other threads to update the physics and update the link quality of the communication module with a lower update rate than the rest of the physics. The rendering thread runs completely asynchronous. It has read-only access to the simulation memory and interacts with callbacks. The huge amount of threads of the simulation requires much more computational resources than the implementation on real robots, because communication, sensors and actuators are implemented in hardware. The entire simulation is written in C++. As graphic engine we used Cocos2GX, a slide-wide cross-platform game engine. Thereby we applied the scene graph technique with 10 layers to sort the rendered elements. The configuration of almost all parameters of the simulation as well as of the rendering are written in adjustable YAML files. Furthermore, the simulation scenarios are described in a YAML file too, so no programming knowledge is needed to use the software. For analysis purpose and comprehensibility, the simulation can visualize the cost functions around a selected robot at any time. Moreover, the full dataset of the last 30 seconds of each agent can be exported as well. Here we see a screenshot of the technical design of the simulator. A red circle denotes the sensor range of the laser scanner and the camera. Here it is at most 30 meters. In the center is the robot, which is less than 1 square meter. The curvy red lines indicate the currently planned trajectory for the upcoming 30 seconds. The next section of the image represents a minimap with in total 25 square kilometers and the current extraction of approximately 500 by 400 meters and its coordinates. The next section contains the simulation time, the real time and its quotient. Then we see the states of a selected robot followed by the possible commands. More interesting is the static radial obstacle in area number 6. The obstacle itself is in the center of the black circle, which indicates the influence radius of the obstacle. This radius is obstacle dependent. The black line shows a wall, but its influence area is not displayed. Section 8 contains a convoy vehicle like in the center of the image. Those vehicles are controllable by the operator through a keyboard or scripts, and they are connected to agents to send them missions. The blue circle shows the desired distance for the robots during the convoy mission, which is currently not activated. The gray scale of the background indicates the accessibility of the terrain. The darker the terrain is, the more energy is needed to move on the terrain. As a result, the robots try to avoid those regions or move slower to save battery capacity. Now we will discuss 3 of our developed missions. The first mission serves to explore the environment randomly. This is achieved by maintaining a FIFO list of radial cost functions which are placed all 10 seconds at the current position and their effect radius is equal to the sensor range. During the time the cost decrease, which is visualized through vanishing color, because in a dynamic environment exposed areas can change. In the cost field below the image, the robot is in the center. The cone height and color expresses the costs. The stairs correspond to the terrain accessibility of the above image produced by the current movement. During the next mission, the robot should protect or supervise cooperative movable entities like convoy vehicles in disaster regions. The entities broadcast their position and velocity vector to the network. Each agent maps a robot's social function to this position in time. Besides, the robots monitor the intersecting area of their sensors and minimize them to achieve a better distribution around the entity. For this purpose and for other missions, like mobile ad hoc networks, the robots maintain a model of each robot in the swarm to process and update its information if a new message of the robot arrives. The velocity vector of the vehicles improves the prediction of its position in future. The third mission is the construction of a reliable mobile ad hoc network, in short MANET. The cyan color of the upper right image illustrates the noise floor. The darker the color is, the higher is the noise level. Thus, the robots have to reduce the distance to keep the desired network quality. This is why the 4 robots in the upper left corner are closer to each other. The corresponding cost map of the highest robot is presented below in the image. You can see 3 cones on the left, yes, here 3, and 1 on the right side. These are collision avoidant cones around each agent. The agent itself is not visible, but it is here in the center. Based on the upper image, you can see that it plans to reduce the distance to the other 3 robots, also following into the minimum. After that, it will move parallel to the other 3 robots. As last topic, I'm going to present a few current performance and behavior results of the simulation. The current configuration setup creates 24 parallel guided random walkers per robot inside the optimization step. Each random walker has a prediction horizon of 60 time steps, which is approximately equal to 30 seconds. At first we start with the equidistant distribution of the trajectory, but this causes the robots to neglect obstacles in vicinity because the resulting cost for the entire trajectory was cheaper than avoiding an obstacle. So we switched to an exponential distribution. Consequently, we had more samples in vicinity, which means inside the obstacle, so that the costs are much higher, but we keep the prediction horizon to focus on targets. Reducing the prediction horizon instead has several drawbacks concerning stability and prediction and strategic behavior of the swarm. We figured out 300 milliseconds as our upper bound for calculating a new control plane. This analysis is done based on the maximum robot speed and its dimensions, but it is completely configurable. As shown in this figure, we are able to simulate a swarm with up to 18 agents on a mobile PC and more than 60 robots on a modern workstation. Important is that all threads meet their deadlines. These results are generated on a Windows PC. At first we analyze the limitations of the approach. Therefore we have a scenario where a convoy vehicle passes an obstacle which cannot be passed by the robots. To catch up with the vehicle again, the robots plan around the obstacle. Now we want to know when is the obstacle size too big to circumvent it. The sensor radius is 30 meters and the robots try to minimize the intersecting area. As a result, we only consider multiples of 30 meters, but up to an obstacle size of 4 times the sensor range, all robots of a swarm with 7 agents can follow. Then, with increasing size, we are losing more robots until we reach 390 meters. To prevent collisions, the robots try to avoid entering the surrounding influence radius of 20 meters of the obstacle. Thus, in total, the obstacle is 430 meters, which is more than twice the sensor range multiplied by the swarm size. This is the upper bound. As a possible solution, we can activate the exploration mission 2, so the robots will move around and the chance of finding a path increases. Further improvement can be achieved by transmitting a trajectory of an agent that found a path. The functionality of the MANET is evaluated by the distribution of the robots. A circular or star-shaped arrangement is desired in order to achieve a high and slightly redundant network coverage of an area. However, experiments using the current cost function produce approximately equilateral triangles. This is because an equilateral triangle has optimum properties regarding to distances. As a result, the cost function has to be modified. The idea of always maximizing the minimum distance is not appropriate because the connection with the minimum distance does not have to be the optimal connection due to obstacles and sources of interference. As a solution, a logarithmic function may be used. However, the strictly monotonous and concave logarithmic function for the distance prefers smaller equal distances between robots, instead of one large and many smaller distances. The figures demonstrate the functionality of the adjusted cost function because the desired ring or star structures are always formed. The position of the blue marked guidance vehicle is irrelevant and has no influence on the cost function. Black circles are only for visualization purposes. This leads to the final conclusion. We presented a real-time simulation tool for robot swarms under limited communication capabilities. This tool enables the possibilities to develop and analyze swarm behavior for complex robots. Moreover, we introduced some cost functions for different mission types that can be combined and parameterized in any manner. This method enables the nonlinear CPBP optimizer to automatically select and prioritize objectives. Based on our network simulation, behavior analysis concerning connection losses and package delays can be done, even for larger swarm sizes with more than 60 agents in real time. Therefore, we illustrated the used graphics technology, including lightweight game engine and the reduction of synchronization for maximum performance. For usability purpose, comprehensive and readable configuration files are used. In further research, we expand the amount of missions, the environmental entities and influences, and we are improving the control technique to use hard and soft constraints for optimization. Thus, we will be able to give safety guarantees. This is the end of the presentation, and I want to thank you for your attention.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my presentation. I'm Wang Wei, come from Northwest University of China. The topic of our paper is finding good mobile sync information collection paths with quicker search time, a single particle multi-dimensional search algorithm-based approach. And the first author is Huang Pengyu, comes from Xidian University of China. Okay. As we know, IoT has been widely used in many scenarios, including smartphone, farm, heritage protection, the forest protection, and so on. Yeah, IoT have connected us much closer to the nature, to our planet. But as in such a big application area, we can see, like in forest, like in farm, when we're dealing with data harvest, here comes a big challenge. As shown in the left side, we can see, as in traditional IoT and networks, whenever a target event happens, the sensor nodes of this field will perceive it and send the relevant data to the static sync node by multi-hop routing. And we can see this data will gradually converge to the static sync node. But as time goes on, we can see the sensor nodes that close to the static sync node will consume much more energy than the others, and they will be the first node to run out of energy. This phenomena will affect the lifetime of the whole network. And as shown on the right side, we can see the situation will be totally different when we use mobile sync, MS for short. The mobile sync is a sync node being installed on mobile equipment, such as a drone and so on. So they can collect data directly from every sensor node along the tool that are composed of multiple collection sites. Yeah, CS for short. So as in this way, we can balance the energy consuming among different sensor nodes. So nobody will be the fragile point of the whole network anymore. But as in a wide open area, mobile syncs are also facing many challenges. For example, the speed of the drone is limited. Yeah, and also its energy supply is also limited. But we can see that at the same time, the time tolerance of data collection is also limited. So here, biggest problem is how to obtain the shortest tool of the mobile sync. As in practice, we have two ways actually. Yeah. The first is TSP is the routing design. And when we consider the communication range of the nodes, then it will become a TSPM-based routing design. For the TSP-based algorithm, mobile sync needs to visit each sensor node. So the algorithm will be complicated. Yeah, we all know that TSP is an NP-hard problem. Yeah, and it will has no tolerance to the fluctuation of the sensor number. The path length, this means the path length will increase significantly with the increase of the sensor node. But the TSPN-based method will be a better choice. Yeah, because in this way, the mobile sync doesn't direct traverse the positions of sensor nodes, but replaced the CS and could communicate with all the sensor nodes within the range of this CS. So we can see in this way, the length of the rod will be much shorter than before, and it will be much stable to the change of the sensor nodes. But here we also facing with some challenge. Challenge is how to find the right set of CS from infinite possibilities. To address this challenge, in this paper, we proposed a TSPN-based algorithm. The main idea of our algorithm is to use particle swarm optimization, PSO for short, to find the best path of the mobile sink. And here, we only employ one particle to reduce the computation of the PSO algorithm. At the same time, we transform the global search of a traditional PSO into a local search of each dimension in one particle. And we also use a preset grid in local searching to further reduce the complexity of the research. Here is the algorithm flow. We can see that in the first step, we'll generate a TSP tool based on all sensor nodes as initial tool. For now, the position of every sensor node serves as CS, and the tool will be mapped to a single particle. At the same time, will generate the searching grid template. At the step 2, multidimensional searching for single particle. Here, we select a random dimension in the particle and obtain the alternative position set according to the searching grid template, and choose the better position to update the selected CS, as shown in the picture. And as the step 3, we'll merge different CS. We'll calculate the Euclidean distance between adjacent CS. If the distance is less than 0.1 R, we'll arrange the sensor node set covered by these two CS respectively. If there is one CS that could cover all the sensor nodes set by the others, then we'll delete the other CS from the tool. At step 4, we'll calculate the fitness value. And here we select the two lengths as a fitness value of the particle. So the smaller the fitness value and the better the tool. At step 5, it's exit condition judgment. And at the last step 6, we'll output the optimal data collection tool and the fitness value. And we have done some simulation. We'll evaluate the performance of our algorithm and compare it with the traditional TSP and COM. Here, we use the setting as same as COM. And our assessment will mainly focus on the length of the tool and the time consuming of each algorithm, and the different number of sensor nodes and the different communication range. From this picture, we can see with the fixing communication radius, the optimal two lengths obtained by the 3 algorithms will gradually increases. No matter the number of the sensor nodes is 50 or 100, but we can see no matter what, the performance of TSP is always worst Yeah, because it needs to traverse every sensor node's position to perform the data collection. Also, we can see, yeah, no matter in what condition, our algorithm has best performance. Yeah, well, the communication radius is 15 meters and the node's number is 50. Its dual length will be about 30% shorter than the COM algorithm, and 33% while the number of sensor nodes increases to 100. And at the same time, we can compare about the running time, and we can see that the running time proposed algorithm is only about 12.5% of a COM. And while the number of the sensor nodes increased to 100, the running time of our algorithm is only about 4.6 of the COM. Yeah. So, in conclusion, our algorithm employs single particle to address the challenge of dual finding for the mobile sync. And from the simulation results, we can see that the proposed algorithm really has a simple structure and better expansibility. And we can see it can greatly reduce the complexity and computation of the searching method. So our algorithm is much suitable for large-scale networks. Yeah, it can be widely used, I think. Okay, that's all. Thank you. If you have any question, please don't hesitate to contact me or any other author of this paper. Thank you again.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's an honor to have the opportunities to give my presentations here. The titles of my presentations is Algorithm for Double Layer Structure Multi-Label Classifications with Optimal Sequence Based on Attention Mechanism. My presentations will be given in 4 parts, namely background and significance, researcher status and existing problems, researcher content and implementation plan, and experimental results and analysis. Let me start by saying the background of my study. Classifications is a popular branch of data mining technique. It is aimed at training sample datasets to construct a classification model and use classification model to the measured data to predict it to category information. In traditional single label classification, a simple instance belongs to only one category. However, there are a lot of ambiguities, examples of the real world. Names of simple instance might also belong to 2 different categories. For example, in landscape classifications, an image can have forest, mountains, and grassland at the same time. In function genomicals, a gene may have functions such as metabolism, transport, and protein synthesis. A piece of music may contain multiple musical elements such as heavy metal, drama, rock, and hip hop. The corresponding classification problems referred to as multi-level classification. Initially, multi-level learning originate from the document classified in the ambiguity problem. After decades of development, multi-label classification technologies has been widely applied to medical diagnosis, recommender systems, information review, image, video, and another field. In recent years, the frequencies of multi-label discussions has continued to increase from international conferences related to machine learning, such as ACL, Ellipse, Corning, ICM, KDD, and so on. This makes multi-label classifications a popular researchers' directions in the machine learning, and it has also attracted the attentions of the or worth-readable publication machine learning in the international machine learning community. Therefore, a large number of multi-label classifications algorithm has been proposed. The exacting multi-label learning algorithms are mainly divided into two categories: problem transformation and algorithm adaptation. Problem transformations will transform multi-label problems into one or more single-label problems. In this way, single-label classifiers are employed, and their single-label predictions are transformed into multi-label predictions. Algorithm adaptations is to modify an algorithm directed to make multi-label predictions. We will focus on the researchers of problem transformation. There are several families of problem transformation methods in the multi-label literatures. The most common problem transformation method is BR, where it converts multi-label problems into multiple binary problems, training a binary model for each label to determine whether it belongs to the class label. The classification's predictions for a new instance will be the sum of all binary classifier results. Although the computational complexity of the BR algorithms is known and nearly related to the class label. The correlations between the class labels is not considered in the process of classification, which leads to a certain degree of information loss. A meta-MR algorithm can also be applied to multi-label classifications as a problem transformation method, which extends the SVM binary classifier with two stages. In this algorithm, the also stacked BR classifications output along with the four original features based into the separate meta classifiers to create a two-state classification process. Although it considers the correlations between labels when training the secondary layer classifier, there is a problem of redundant considerations of label information, and the lack of interaction between the secondary layer classifiers leads to information loss. Another well-known problem transformation method is the classifier chain algorithm, which consists of Q-training binary classifiers, one for each label. It links all binary classifiers into the random chain, and the output the province classifier is added to its simple attribute as input to the next classifier. It offers a general problem transformation method that inherits the efficiency of BR and overcomes the disadvantages of BR. However, the round chain still has some disadvantages. First, when they training the binary classifier, the CC only considered the output predictions of the previous classifiers and ignores the back-end classifier. Secondly, CC is a roundly chain, and its roundness will increase with the numbers of neighbors, which will seriously affect the stability of the algorithm. To deal with the problems of CC, a DLMCOS is proposed. It constructs a two-layer classification model. The first layer of DLMCOS is similar to BR algorithm, which learn one binary classifier for each different label, such that each binary classifier is trained to predict the relevance of one of the labels. Each classifier in the second layer receives all the extended features transmitted from the first layer and links the backward updated the considered the correlations existing between labels. Although the algorithms effectively solved the randomness problems of the chain classification model, it doesn't solve the uniqueness of the sequence. After studying the problem algorithms, it is found that these common problems transformations algorithms such as BRCC, MBR, and DLMCOS often neglected the correlation between labels and randomly selected label sequence and redundant interactivity label information in the design process, which results in the reductions of classification accuracy. At the same time, problem transformation mainly considered the correlation between labels by extending attributes, but ignores the importance of each further attribute for different classification targets, that's weakening the sensitivity of classifiers and affecting the classification effect of each classifier. Attention mechanism is a model that simulates the human bridges attention mechanism. It highlights the effect of some key inputs of the output by calculating the probability distributions of attention, which has a better optimization affected on the traditional model. Based on this, we prosed on multi-label classification algorithms based on attention mechanism, which combine attention mechanism and double-layer chain structure. Next, I will introduce the ATDCC-OS model. The ATDCC algorithm integrates three classical problem transformation types of multi-label classification frameworks, BRCC and MBR, and constructs a multi-label classification model based on the double-layer chain structure. In the first layers of the model, a binary association classification framework is used to accomplish the first classifications of unseen instances, and the neighbor information interacts with the second layer. In second layer, a chain classification model with an update process is used to accomplish the finally classifications of unseen instances. On this basis, attention mechanism is introduced to calculate dynamically the weight of each future attribute in the second layer, which can identify more important attributes for the current classification task and further improve the classification performance of the algorithm. In order to solve the random chain order problems of the chain models in HDC OS, an optimal sequence selection algorithm (OCC) is proposed. The OCC combines mutual information PageRank, classical algorithms, and hierarchical traversal algorithms to find neighbor priority order and use this sequence to guide the constructions of classifiers in the chain classification models and further optimize the ATDC OS. Next, I will explain each layers of the ATDC OS algorithm. The first layers of ATDC OS inherit the ideas of the binary resonance classification model to construct a corresponding binary classifier for each label, and then combines the classification results of all binary classifiers as the first classifications of unseen instances. Finger A is the training phase of the first layer model based on dataset D, and finger B is the test phase. Next, I will introduce the attention mechanism layers of HDC OS algorithm. This layer is embedded in the second layer. The attention mechanism is introduced to calculate dynamically the weight value of the attribute values passed to the second layer mode. Discriminates the more important information for the current classification task for each classifier in the second layer, and enhances the sensitivities of each classifier. Next, I will introduce the second layers of HDC OS, which use the chained classification model with the update process to complete the second classifications of instances. The instance with attribute space for each binary model is extended the label relevance of all previous classifiers to form a classifier chain. The attribute space for each binary model is augmented with the zero or one label predictions coming from first layer classifiers and or prior binary relevance predictions from the second layers in which the classifiers chain is built. The attribute space for each binary model is extended with the label relevance from first layer linking with the label relevance from all previous classifiers in the second layer. The correlations between each labels is finally considered after the procedures of the second layer. Next, I will talk about the OSS algorithm. Words of the DLMC-OS algorithm alleviate the roundless problems of the chain classifications model. It cannot find the optimal neighbor sequence because it cannot fix the root node. Then the most straightforward solution is to sequence the a random chain order, but the formation of the neighbor sequence is not a simple arrangement and needs to be combined with characteristics of the chain classifications model. To this end, the labeling order sought in this article needs to have the following points. A. The label sequence is the worded sequence containing all label information. B. The neighbor sequence is a sequence with the greatest correlation. C. The neighbor sequence is an optimal sequence. Based on this above decided principle, OSS is proposed. The algorithm combines mutual information PageRank, classical algorithms, and hierarchical traversal algorithms to find a label with the most relevance. The sequence is used to guide the construction's orders for each classifiers in the chain classification model, and the second layer of ATDCCOS is optimized use the OSS. The picture below shows the design steps of the OSS. Next, I will briefly introduce the experimental part. In order to evaluate the algorithm better, we used 5 iterations indicators to compare the ATDCCOS with DLMCOS, MRCC, and BR on 7 standard datasets. The experimental results show that ATDCCOS achieves good results compared to other algorithms. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, expert and scholar. I'm Jia Hongye from Guizhou University of Finance and Economics. Today, I will describe this article. The title of the article is Simulation Analysis of the Impact of the Rural Financial Efficiency and the Internal Shock on the Rural Economic Fluctuation based on the SGE model. The actor is Li Chenggang, Jia Hongye, Yang Bing, and Lin Yanping. Reporter is Jia Hongye. And below I will divide into 5 parts to describe. The content is Part 1, Introduction, Part 2, Research State, Part 3, Research Design, Part 4, Empirical Analysis, Part 5, Conclusion and Inspiration. The introduction is this paper concentrates on Dynamic Stochastic General Equilibrium model, which include external shock such as technology shock, cost part shock, and monetary policy shock. The stake and the dynamic parameter of the SGE model are estimated by using celebration math and base estimation, respectively, and the financial efficiency of China's rural area is measured using impulse response analysis and social welfare, loss of rural residents. We studied the impact of external shock on rural economic and the level of rural financial efficiency. The part 2 is the research states. For a long time, the level of rural financial efficiency has always been an important factor affecting rural economic development. A characteristic underlying of the rural financial efficiency in the process of rural economic development is of great significance of promoting rural economic development and the construction of a new social countryside. Financial institutions play an active role in deposit and lunar conversion, the risk management, and contribute to rural economic growth. Financial efficiency refers to the efficiency of bank and other financial institutions in converting deposit into lunar, while rural financial efficiency is merely the efficiency of rural financial institutions in conversion rural deposit into rural lunar. Zhang Yonggan and Zhang Qian studied the role of rural financial efficiency in promoting rural economic. The result of the study found that rural finance is not very efficient in promoting rural economic growth in China, and the technological efficiency of rural finance is restricted by the external environment large, and there are obvious regional differences. And the third part is the research design. Due to the time reason, each formula is not explained. The model construction takes into account the following aspects. First is rural household. A rural economic is made up of countless families. The utility of each rural household is affected by a consultation of rural residents. The class holds the rural residents and the labor provided by rural residents. Suppose the utilized function of rural household is this equation. The bird get constraints faced by rural families are ultimate township enterprise is this equation. The first order condition for the profit maximum of the final product township enterprise is this equation. And the PT in the product T must be met. The bird guide constriction faced by rural families are for township, the village enterprise choosing the best pricing model. The best factor demand is merely based on the cost minimum, and the actual marginal cost of township and village enterprise is. Rural financial institution. The management statement of township bank is consistent with that of other bank, assuming that the financial market is a perfectly competitive market, and the financial intermediary is a bank system. The following methods are used to convert rural resident deposit into lunar need for production by township of village enterprise. The first part is monetary authority, and the end, the market equilibrium, have 5 parts. The first is labor market cleaning condition, and the capital market cleaning condition, the product market price relationship, the money market cleaning condition, and the over equilibrium condition. And the first part is the empirical analysis. We can see in the figure it shows the response of rural output, inflation, investment, and consumption to external shock under the full rural financial efficiency, with 1% increasing in technological process in the sense of economic. The process of industry and agriculture technology lead to the improvement of the production efficiency of township enterprise, which will reduce the marginal cost of agriculture product. In the short term, the decrease of the marginal cost of agriculture product will produce the upward pressure of the price of agricultural product. The price level will fall, and the inflation in rural area will be restrained, which shown in Figure B. The negative fluctuation of rural inflation with the development of industrial and agricultural technology, the scale of township enterprise will be adjusted to the optimal production similar after a period of development. Therefore, township enterprise have the ability to increase agricultural output at the original level of employment. At this time, the best choice of manufacturer is to increase investment and expand production scale by using the advantage of actual marginal cost reduction, which is shown in the negative and positive function of rural output in Figure A, and the rural investment in Figure C. Technological process reduce the marginal cost of product, but also reduce the demand for rural labor. The decline of rural labor demand lead to the decline of rural consumption, which is shown as a negative fluctuation of rural consumption in Figure D. From Figure A, Figure B, Figure C, and Figure D, it can be seen that, in the case of rural financial efficiency, the fluctuations of technological shown to rural output inflation, investment, and consumption is the smallest, and the speed of returning to the steady state equilibrium is the fastest, which shows that when the rural financial efficiency is, there are more efficient to cope with exogenous shock and smooth rural economic fluctuation. Therefore, in spite of the impact of the technology, the optimal rural financial efficiency value is 0.85. And in this picture, it shows the response of rural output, inflation, investment, and consumption under 4 different rural financial efficiency. In the face of the impact of cost promoting in the sense of economic, the rise of agricultural product cost will first promote the rise of rural inflation, which is shown in the Figure B. As a positive fluctuation of rural inflation, when the cost of product increasing, the output of the whole market is restrained, resulting in the decline of output level, which is shown as a negative fluctuation of rural output in Figure A. With the increasing of cost, enterprise spend more money on raw material of product and occupy the investment in other industry, which lead to the decrease of rural investment level, which is shown as a negative fluctuation of rural investment. In Figure C, the decreasing of rural investment make the liquidity in the hands of rural residents increase, and the consumption of rural residents increase rapidly in the short term. However, with the passage of time, the impact of rural inflation on the agricultural product marketing is more and more obvious. The price of agricultural product is rising, which make rational consumer make cross-price choice to reduce current consumption and increase future consumption, driven by the maximum of left utility. Therefore, it is shown as the first positive and then negative fluctuation of rural consumption in Figure D, Figure A, Figure B, Figure C and Figure D. It can be seen that when the rural financial efficiency, the pact of cost promotion should be dealt with, and the fluctuation of rural output, inflation, investment, and consumption should be the smallest, and the speed of returning to equilibrium state should be the faster. It showed that when the optimal rural financial efficiency is 0.85, the impact of cost promotion can be dealt with more efficiency, and the fluctuation of rural economic can be ironed out. And the last part is the conclusion and the inspiration. The conclusion is, first, the current rural financial efficiency in China is 0.64. Second, judging from the response of rural output, inflation, investment, and consumption to external shock under the full rural finance efficiencies. When rural financial efficiency is 0.85, it can be more effective responding to external shock and quick smoothing out the fluctuation of external shock on the rural economic. Third, judging from the response of rural output, inflation, investment, and consumption to external shock under the full rural financial efficiency. When the rural financial efficiency is
with optimization method of differential evolution based on artificial bee cloning algorithm. 因物淄博器临降自封带陈章常胜章 and 见徐 SIMUtools 2020 August. First summary. Second flowchart. Third key processing. Fourth simulation results analysis. Summary. In recent years, the research of ensemble learning algorithm has developed vigorously for almost any kind of machine learning algorithm. The idea of ensemble learning can be used to improve the accuracy and generalizations of the algorithm. The ensemble learning model completes the learning task and improves the prediction accuracy of the final model by constructing and combining multiple learners. It is an excellent idea and method in the field of machine learning. The differential evolution algorithm DEA is a statistical model that simulates biological evolution. Though repeat iterations does in individuals whose adapted the environmental are respective preserved. Because the algorithm has a simple structure, it is easy to implement, does not require gradient information, and has fewer parameters. It has attracted the attention and research of many scholars as soon as it proposed. Similar other intelligent algorithms, DE also has the problem of being easily trapped into local optimum. Slow convergence in the later stages of evolution may not be able to search for optimal solutions for problems that are too complicated and calculation accuracy is not high. The artificial bee cloning algorithm uses the communication, transformulation, and correspondence between bees of different roles to achieve swarm intelligence optimization by researching the behavior of bees during honey collection. Compared with classic optimization method, the artificial bee cloning algorithm has simple operation, less control parameters, and high accuracy and strong robustness. Begin import control parameters, initialize the population, calculation filter, meet differential mutation, cross-optation, artificial bee cloning research strategy, fitness evaluation. Third, key processing. Then communication is started. The classical different strategy of differential evolution algorithm is used to implement individual mutation. That is to say, two different at the same time, we need to strictly control the boundary of each element of the new individual. If it goes beyond its corresponding range, it is different from the individual random generation method. In this paper, we mapped it into the opposite range by some operations. Then the crossover operation is started. At this time, according to the search rules of artificial bee cloning, search for the individual with lowest objective value around the crossed individual and select as new individual, say 2.5 formula. In the next selection operation, according to the Grady rule, the cross individual and the original individual are selected based on fitness function. A new generation of population, as shown in 2.6. The fitness function here is an objective function constructed by using the gap between the output result of the network corresponding to the specific parameter vector and the real result, which is used to evaluate the merest 2.6. Finally, though the above steps, mutation and selection are carried out rapidly, and the population is continuously updated when certain conditions are met. The single objective optimization part is complicated. The condition here is set as when the accuracy of network output results corresponding to all evaluate virtues in a generation population meet a threshold, the cycle will be terminated. The visual cloning algorithm. The three categories: learning bee, following bee, investigating bee. And the investigating bee observed whether it's trapped in a local optimum. If it is trapped into a local optimum, it randomly searches for other possible fault sources. Each fault source represents a possible solution to the problem, and the amount declared from the fault source corresponds to quality of the corresponding solution. The detailed steps of weight optimization method based on artificial bee cloning algorithm proposed in this paper are as follows. Initialize population. Initialize each parameter, the total number of B cloning sets, and calculate and evaluate the fitness of each initial solution. Step 3. Set a cycling condition and start cycling. Step 4. Letting B to perform a neighborhood search on the solution Xi according to formula 2.5 to generate a new solution Vi. Calculate fitness of fit I. The following step 7. The following B selects a solution or fault source according to the probability Pi. Search for a new solution, fault source Vi according to the formula 2.5 and calculate its families. Step 11. Judge whether the cycle termination condition is met. If it is, the cycle ends and the optimal solution is output. Otherwise, return step 4 to continue searching. Fourth, simulation results exercise. Under the premise that the overall oscillator remains unchanged, the experiment compares the exercise element. Take the average value of results as the final result. The specific data is shown in data table 3.3. It can be seen from above the table that the accuracy of the model has been improved by combining the artificial bee cloning search strategy, which shows that the method proposed in this paper can improve the performance of optimizing the model. In the process of building the deep network, this paper process performance the model. In the development part of this paper, an intelligent learning model is structured by using this method, which can effectively improve the generation ability and make up for the shortcomings of the existing differential evolution algorithm. Combined with the research content of this paper, there is still room for improvement in the following aspects in the future: how to set initial parameters of the artificial bee cloning algorithm can get required individual more accurately and quickly. In terms of network difference, more can consider judge difference between networks in multiple dimensions, such as number of network layers and other factors. Thank you. 2020 August.
Good day, Mr. Chairman, teachers, and classmates. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to share something with you. Well, I come from Henan University, and the topic I'm going to report is a dynamic acceleration method for remote sensing image processing based on CUDA. And the authors of this paper is 线于佐、哲张、宝君乔、君峰田、黎明周 and 云周张。My presentation contains 5 sections: introduction, related work, contributions of this work, and conclusions, and the future research. Okay, section 1, introduction. As we know, GPU is specialized for highly parallel computation, which is exactly what image processing is about. Therefore, GPU has been widely used in the field of image processing and have greatly improved the performance. Furthermore, remote sensing image processing is characterized with features of massive data processing and intensive computation. To optimize the remote sensing image processing for GPU, CUDA is widely used to implement remote sensing algorithms. As shown in the picture, CUDA-enabled GPU is composed of SPs and SMs. Okay, the CUDA-enabled GPU is always produced by NVIDIA, the famous company. SP means streaming processor, and SP is the basic unit. Several SPs and memories make up the SM. SM means streaming multiprocessors, and several SMs, memories, and interconnection networks make up the whole GPU. Okay, section 2, related work. As described in the previous slide, GPU generally has a larger number of processors compared to CPU. Therefore, the simplest implementation for applications which accelerated by CUDA is to process computing tasks by many thread blocks, and this mode is called multi-thread parallel model, as shown in the picture in this slide. The procedures of the multi-thread parallel model can be presented as equation 1, and the time consumption of the multi-thread parallel model can be calculated by equation 2. We using many thread blocks to compute the task simultaneously, and then merge the result of each thread blocks which have get. However, although the multi-thread parallel model has effectively improved the performance by the abundant processors, the time consumption of data transfers between the host and the device cannot be hidden. Okay, the host means the CPU and the device means the GPU. In order to address the deficiencies mentioned above, we can use the multi-stream parallel model. Multi-stream parallel model is based on CUDA streams, and the CUDA stream can overlap data transfers and kernel executions. Similarly, we can use equation 3 to present the multi-stream parallel model, and calculated the time consumption of the multi-stream parallel model by equation 4, as shown in the slide. Well, the comparison between multi-thread parallel model and multi-stream parallel model is presented in this slide. It can be easily seen from the pictures that several data transfers, whether host to device or device to host, have been hidden because of the overlap between data transfers and kernel executions. Therefore, the higher performance can be achieved by using the multi-stream parallel model. Well, it seems that the larger the number of CUDA streams, the higher the performance improvement. But unfortunately, due to the constraints of hardware resources, the larger number of CUDA streams doesn't necessarily mean the high performance. Only the supported streams which have enough computing resources can be executed simultaneously. And the more the streams are created, the more the intervals between data transfers and canal executions are generated on the same CUDA stream. In other words, it's no use to simply create more CUDA streams because the unsupported streams will still be executed serialized at hardware level partially, and then compromise the performance, as illustrated in the picture above in this slide. Contributions. The performance of GPU cannot be fully utilized when the number of CUDA streams is insufficient. However, the larger amount of CUDA streams will cause additional time consumption that could have been avoided. Take these constraints and the features of remote sensing images into account. We proposed an adaptive strategy of CUDA stream, dividing larger size image into image blocks and combining small size images into image blocks. Well, in other words, we splitting the big task on separate stream into subtasks on multiple different streams, and combining subtasks on separate stream into one task on the same CUDA stream, as shown in the picture above. Well, we proposed an adaptive strategy of CUDA streams in the previous slide, but there are still two questions: how to determine the number of CUDA streams, and how to determine the size of each image block. In order to address these questions, we propose a parameter determination strategy. First, the number of streams equal to the number of SMs of the GPU, and the computing resources of separate stream is every single CUDA stream do not exceed the resources owned by single SMs. Second, the number of image blocks equal to the number of streams or an integer times of the number, and the size of single image blocks should satisfy the following formula, where the BS is the size of individual image block, RS represents the size of the processing result of the image block, and SN represents the number of CUDA streams, but the GM is the total size of graphic memories. Based on the adaptive strategy and the parameter determination strategy proposed in the previous slide, we propose a dynamic adaptive acceleration method for remote sensing image processing according to the features of remote sensing image and the GPU architecture, as shown in this slide. We split or combine input remote sensing images using the calculation parameters determined by the adaptive strategy and the parameter determination strategy according to the features of input remote sensing data, and the hardware parameter of GPU. Okay, we processing the input as input into sub-images and then process each sub-image different CUDA streams, and in the end, we merge all the sub-results of them, and get the final result. Contributions. In order to analyze the effectiveness and performance of the dynamic adaptive acceleration method, yes, it means the DAA method, we set the output date and the input date are equal in size. Okay, they are constraints. And second, the time consumption of canal function with the same amount of data is fixed. Given these constraints above, the comparisons between the DAA method and the GMT. Okay, GMT means the general method based on multi-thread parallel model. And GMS means the general method based on multi-stream parallel model. Yes, the comparisons between DAA and GMT, DAA and GMS can be shown as equation 5, equation 6, and equation 7, equation 8 respectively. From this formula analysis, we can easily conclude that the DAA method could achieve higher performance theoretically than the GMT and GMS method. Okay, this is the experiment about the DAA and GMT. In the first experiment, the processing of larger size remote sensing image accelerated by DAA and GMT method respectively were performed. The experiment results as shown in the table 1 and the line chart 1. While in the second experiment, the application of DAA and GMS method in batch processing of small-size remote sensing images were evaluated, and the experiment results are shown as table 2 and the line chart 2. From the results of the two experiments above, yes, it means experiment 1 is about the DAA and the GMT, the first experiment, and the second experiment is about the DAA and GMS. From the results of the two experiments above, it can be easily concluded that the DAA method is superior to the GMT and GMS method in performance and effectiveness, and it reduces the complexity of configurations. Okay, this section is conclusions. In this paper, we propose the adaptive strategy firstly, which can improve the utilization of CUDA streams and reduce the calling intervals effectively. And then we propose the parameter determination strategy, which can determine calculation parameters of CUDA automatically and reduce the complexity of execute configuration consequently. Finally, we propose the DAA method, which is suitable for remote sensing image processing based on CUDA. Okay, this is the final section, the future research. In the future, we will conduct the further research on the application of DAA method in the field of remote sensing image processing. Moreover, we are also interested in edge computing. The application of edge computing in the fields of remote sensing image processing is also our research directions. Okay, that's all. My presentation is over. Thanks for your listening. Thank you.
My work is about research of image dehazing based on image gradient distortion prior. In the view of the problem of image quality degradation caused by the scattering of outdoor atmospheric particles in dusk weather, this paper proposed a research of dehazing image based on gradient distortion prior. Firstly, the method is to obtain a prior model of the gradient distribution of images from a large number of high-quality nature imaging datasets. Secondly, the gradient distribution of haze imaging is changed to make the infinity approximation along the prior model. Finally, the Poisson equation is used to solve the reconstructed imaging to obtain dehazing image. According to a large number of experimental data, it shows that this research can remove the haze of image effectively compared with the most advanced methods. The imaging processed by this algorithm not only retains more details of the original image, but also improves the image definition largely. In haze weather, the image degrades because of the scattering of dust, fog, and other particles. The construct and definition of the acquired imaging are often poor, which affects the visual effects of the image. Therefore, it is of great significance to study a fast and effective method to make the haze imaging clear. Performance of the algorithm is very important for certain applications, including safety monitoring system and power distribution management. There are many existing methods to remove the haze image, but there are some shortcomings. In reference 3, put forward the method of defogging based on wavelet transform. The visual effect of the processed imaging is better. The disadvantage of this method is that the efficiency of image fusion is low. In reference 4, proposed to realize dehazing by enhancing local color construct. This method not only enhances the image construct, but also enhances the image noise. In reference 5, it proposed to achieve a certain effect of defogging through the pre-processing of frog image and the media filtering. With the requirement of real-time, the disadvantage of this method is that it can blur the boundary with the large grade change and lose a lot of detailed information. In reference 6, put forward the method of fog removal based on the prior of dark channel, using the prior knowledge to estimate the air transmittance, and then through the principle of soft matter to optimize the estimation of the air transmittance to achieve the purpose of image fog removal. However, due to the large amount of computation required in process of soft matter, it is difficult for this method to have the real-time demand. In recent years, many similar defogging algorithm models have been proposed, such as reference 7 to 10, but it is difficult to achieve real-time and effective defogging. Prior models have been verified efficiency in image dehazing. With the above observation, this paper proposes a method of defogging based on the prior of gradient distribution. This figure is the flow chart of the defogging method in this paper. For the gradient distribution of image, a new parameter model is proposed. In algorithmic scale, we use cumulative distribution function instead of probability or a probability density function to model. By adjusting the gradient distribution of small image, it infinitely approximates the gradient distribution prior model learned from high-quality image. Finally, we can reconstruct the image by solving the boson equation, so as to achieve the goal of imaging defogging. This figure is the defogging effect diagram of the algorithm and the schematic diagram of detailed processing. In this figure, the first two different form images are taken under the condition of haze weather. From the image comparison of the first line, the algorithm in this paper can better restore the imaging degradation caused by haze and make the color of the image more realistic. From the second line is imaging comparison. It can be verified that the algorithm can be applied to many types of scenes. The last two lines are imaging taken in dense fog. It can be found that the algorithm based on the prior gradient distribution proposed in this paper has significantly improved the visible and construct of haze images, especially in the processing of imaging details, and has achieved significant results. This table shows the comparison result of reference 5 and reference 6 algorithm, and the algorithm in this paper for different imaging in 4 indicators, namely construct, average gradient, MSSIM, PSNR. The test results show that compared with the other two algorithms, the construct and average gradient of the defog imaging processed by this algorithm are improved to a certain extent, which shows that the defog result graph of this algorithm not only highlights the edge detailed and other information in the original image, but also has a good visual effect. The value of MSSIM and PSNR has also been greatly improved, which shows that the imaging processed by the algorithm in this paper keeps a good structural similarity. At the same time, it can remove the haze more effectively and make the image clearer. There is serious distortion in the haze image obtained in different scenes. In this paper, a method based on the priority of image gradient distribution is proposed. First, the priority model of image gradient distribution is learned from a large number of high-quality natural image data. Secondly, the gradient distribution of the frog image is changed so that the prior model can be obtained by infinite approximation learned. Finally, the reconstructed image is solved by boson equation to get the defog image, and the defog effect is better. Experimental data show that this model can effectively remove fog from haze image. Compared with the latest defog algorithm, the image processed by this method retains more detailed information and greatly improves the clarity of the image. Thanks. load balanced delivery strategy for linear wireless sensor networks. Linear wireless sensor networks play an important role in bridge health monitoring, such as vibration, deformation, stress, and so on. This is basically based on the observation that energy balance and delivery rates directly determine the running time of the networks. So we propose an energy balance aggregate model. Especially, we first compute the energy consumption and the data delivery of each node in the network according to linear wireless sensor network model. The calculation condition of energy balance and delivery rates are then obtained. Finally, we have tested the performance of the proposed model. Simulation experimental results demonstrate that the proposed model can produce reliable performance, which is suitable for bridge health monitoring. Bridge real-time online monitoring and state evaluation can ensure the safety of the bridge and extend its service life. Wireless sensor network has an important role in bridge health monitoring, such as vibration, deformation, stress, and so on. Wireless sensor network is generally characterized by a set of sensor nodes deployed in resource-constrained fixed area. The collection node sensor sense a specific characteristic phenomenon in bridge health monitoring and routes the collected data to the relatively small number of sync nodes for processing and analyzing. The bridge health monitoring based on wireless sensor networks is a time-consuming process. The speed and balance of energy consumption directly determine the running time of the networks. Up to now, many energy balancing approaches have been granted to pursue the best trade-off between the different energy consumption activities, such as reference use lifetime maximizing for optimization of node energy consumption to improve network performance, to eliminate collisions and obtain a bounce on the time required to complete converged tasks. DMS scheduling algorithm has widely concerned, which are introduced on the wireless sensor network-based framework. In reference 11 use TDMS scheduling algorithm for general K-hop network, which aim to maximize network lifetimes through optimal and selecting hop count, and the number of time slots. These methods were exploited on the basis of energy balance strategy and ensure a fairly high performance. However, in most cases, delivery rate is ignored. We proposed a model which, considering both delivery rate and energy balancing based on linear wireless sensor network for bridge healthy monitoring. In this simplified linear wireless sensor work as shown in figure, there are several standard nodes and one sync node. The standard node delivers the data to the sync node through the wireless link, which is shown in figure. In the process of data delivery, the standard node forwards the data to the sync node through any node. Suppose that in this linear sensor wireless sensor networks, node I needs to deliver the end packet to the sync node in unit time, where the location of the sync node is denoted as S, and the probability of sending packets to the neighbor node J is represented by Pij. The probability of successful delivery is Qij. Each node needs to receive and forward in the whole linear widely set network is denoted as follows. The number of packets sent by node J is denoted and computed by equating 1. The number of packets received is calculated and indicated by equation 2. The total number of packets sent and received by node is represented by equation 3. The number delivered by the ith node to the single node is as equation 4. In order to achieve energy balance, lower total energy consumption, and higher delivery rate, the following relations need to be met. In general, the smaller the values of alpha and beta show better. The larger the value of gamma denotes the better quality, where the total amount of node delivery is as small as possible. The smaller the difference in energy consumption between each node shows the better. Due to the delivery rate of that decreases naturally according to the distance between nodes. The further the transmission distance, the lower the delivery success rate of that. We need to consider the delivery rate of that as well as the node delivery rate. The experimental network topology is shown as the figure on this page. We present a network with 4 acquisition nodes, and on the sync node, each acquisition node can communicate with 2 neighbor nodes. We sent each standard node to transmit 1,000 packets. The sync node and the delivery rate of the 2 neighbor nodes are 1 and 0.8 respectively. At the internal of 0.1, the transmit probability of each acquisition node to the neighbor node is traversed, and the final delivery rate and energy consumption of the node are computed so as to find the optimal link aggregation process. The simulation results show in the figure that the basic representation represents the represents the normalized variance of the node's energy consumption, which is used to represent the energy balance between the node. O represents the delivery rate value of node, and the star represents the total normalized energy consumption. It can be seen from the figure that the minimum total energy consumption is directly proportional to the delivery rate under the condition that the energy consumption difference to the whole node is small. Energy balance and delivery rate are key determinants in linear widely set networks for bridge-health modeling. Building computational model to estimate energy balance and delivery rate is such of great importance. In this paper, we proposed an energy balance aggregate model. To this end, according to the linear widely set network model, energy consumption and data delivery of each node in the network are first computed. Then we give calculation conditions of energy balance and delivery rate. Finally, we have tested the performance of the proposed model. Simulation experimental results demonstrate that the proposed method can produce reliable performance, which is suitable for bridge-health monitoring. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Tan Huidong from University of Electric Science and Technologies of China. I'm very honored to give this speech. Today, I want to talk about some of our work in the field of computation of landing at LEO satellite constellation network edge. I will give this talk in 5 parts. There are introduction, related work, system modeling, designing and implementing simulation, platform, and case study. In the first part, we focus on the keywords, background, and contribution of this paper. Here are the keywords of this paper. In the past several years, LEO satellite networks such as Starlink and OneWeb is widely built all over the world. The major purpose of constructing these LEO satellite networks are to complement the traditional ground networks. It provides wireless networking service for the user no matter where they are. On the other hand, mobile edge computing is proposed for the real-time application. It introduces edges into computing and storage resource. This gives users low delay and high bandwidth as one of the key technologies of mobile edge computing. Computing offloading means that the terminal device offloads some or all of the compute text to the edge. This can reduce the shortcoming of mobile devices in terms of resource storage, computing performance, and energy efficiency. Edge computing in a ground network has already attracted large research efforts. It is obvious that edge computing in LEO satellite networks can gain even larger profits on network performance improvement because the network area is large. However, to our best knowledge, few research efforts are existing on modeling and simulating edge computing offloading in the upcoming LEO networks. This paper explores this research topic. This is our contribution. Firstly, we design a one-dimensional networking model for the edge computing with the LEO. Secondly, we establish a Monte Carlo simulator. It can be used to evaluate the performance of device edge computing offload strategies in the LEO. Finally, we propose 3 different edge computing offloading strategies and evaluate them. This is the second part, and in this part, I'm going to summarize some recent advances. Edge computing has been introduced to satellite networks to reduce propagation delays caused by long distance between satellites and ground terminals. Chen proposed a space air-ground networks architecture, and it used the satellites as an access to connect edge servers with the ground network to provide seamless network coverage and service. Cao designed the CloudFrog satellite network slices. It can reduce the average delay of service in different slices by CloudFrog slide and slide-equipped edge computing servers. Wang pointed out the double-edge computation offloading algorithm to reduce delay. The above works rarely consider the upcoming LEO satellite networks, neither the impact considered caused by the motion of LEO satellites on edge computing. Therefore, it is urgent and meaningful to research edge computing in LEO satellite networks, to establish mass model, and to build simulation platforms. This is the third part, and in this part, we will introduce our mass model. First, let me introduce the network architecture model as shown in the figure. The speed of any satellite can be calculated by the cableless layer. In order to simplify it, only one orbit is considered in the network model. There is only one satellite serving as the access satellite for each user at a random point of time. Because users are unevenly distributed on the ground, we divide the Earth's surface into m different regions. Assume that in one of the regions, the distribution of users is uniform. Then consider user behavior. The computation test request frequency of all the users are assumed to be the same, and the time interval between a user's two continuous text requests follows a negative exponential distribution. Then, let me introduce the network application model. Firstly, we assume all the computation tests are independent, and the test computation volume conforms to normal distributed. Then, we establish a delay model, and it is explained in the figure. The computation disk request response delay is denoted as RRD, and it includes text upload delay, text computation delay, and result return delay. Text upload delay consists of uplink transmission delay, uplink propagation delay, and possibly relaying delay. The result return delay is similar to the upload delay. Each relay satellite forwards the test or computation results will introduce delay. The formula in the figure is the time delay calculation formula without handover. We will discuss the impact of handover events on the delay in a little more detail as we go on. In the first part, we designed and implemented a simulation platform. In order to develop the simulation platform of the LEO satellite networks, some general assumptions are made. Then, I will focus on the research and development of the Monte Carlo simulation platform. The Drive Monte Carlo simulation platform is based on an event-driven model. There are logically three steps in general. Step 1. According to the satellite network model and the user distribution model, establish the target network. Step 2. Following user request model and text model, generate a discrete event transfer for each single user. Step 3. Combine the transfer of all the users into a system-level transfer and insert new event during the simulation process. This is the flow chart of our simulation platform. This is our last part, and in this part, we propose 3 different edge computing offload strategies and compare these strategies with the simulator. I will focus on these 3 different edge computing offload strategies. Let's see the figure. There are 5 different satellites A, B, C, D, E, and satellite C is the access satellite. In Satellite 1, Satellite C is adopted as the only satellite for conducting the offloading computing tasks at network edge. If the computing resources of Satellite C are used up, the newly arrived user test request will be rejected. Based on Satellite 1, in Satellite 2, if Satellite C do not have sufficient compute resource, it can further estimate whether the computing resources of Satellite B and D are available. If one of the both satellites has compute resource, it will offload the computation task to that satellite, and the access satellite becomes a real relay satellite to forward the content. Then, if the resource of the two nearby satellites also run out the compute resource, the user's request will be rejected. Strategy 3 is similar to strategy 2. We have increased the number of satellites that can be offloaded to 5 satellites, A, B, C, D, E. It is noted that strategies 2 and 3 prefer to choose the satellites flying close to the user than the one flying away from the user. Since the LEO satellite is always in motion, the coverage time of a certain location on the Earth is limited, so that the user access satellite may have changed during the task proceeding duration. The process is called handover. The impact of satellite handover on request-response delay is mainly due to the increase or decrease of relay satellites during mission propagation. We divided the task proceeding duration into 3 stages. The impact of the handover event on the delay at each stage will be different. For example, in stage 1, handover during the upload stage will increase the transmission time and the propagation time of the relay satellite more than the handover during the return time. Table 1 summarizes all the possible situations in strategy 1. Table 2 summarizes all the possible in strategy 2. Similar, Table 3 shows the changes in the request-response delay after handover. The performance metrics considered in this case study are request blocking probability and average request-response delay. Here are some simulation assumptions. Now, I would like to sum up the results of this research. The results are given in the figure 1 and 2. The vertical lines is the confidence intervals, according to the above results. It is no surprise that strategy 2 and strategy 3 have a better quality of request blocking probability than strategy 1 because of the full use of satellite resource. However, as the user population gets larger, the difference between strategy 2 and strategy 3 is getting smaller, because even strategy has the same amount of computing resource. Even if these two strategies are very different, the request blocking probability of them will become close with a sufficient use of computing resource. We can see in figure 2, the beginning average request-response delay of the 3 strategies are close. It makes clear that under the beginning number of users, there is still surplus resource in the satellite, and user always offload to the access satellite. With the increase in the number of users, the access satellite resource decrease, and users are close to nearby satellites through stage 2 and stage 3. Therefore, the average request-response delay of stage 2 and stage 3 beginning to increase. Also, the trends of these stages are various. The average request-response delay of stage 3 is the fastest. They point out that the number of relay satellites should be limited. The above is the main content of my paper. Thanks for your listening.
Dear experts and teachers, I am Sun Ke. I come from Huzhou University of Technology. The title of article is Use Experience Quality Analysis, a method based on frequent domains characteristics physical logical cycle. Next, I will introduce it from several aspects. First, intractification. As a research hotspot in the field of intelligent transportation, vehicle network is a practical application of Internet of Things technology in the field of transportation system. It is the only way for mobile Internet and Internet of Things that develop into business access and depth. The Internet of Vehicles refer to the car and road, cars and people, cars and things develop such as interaction realize vehicle dynamical system for mobile communication network, communication with the public, instructing car and road and seeing equipment through the experienced things technology and network communication technology for vehicle, road and environment information and between cars and people, namely and human computer interaction have to realize the success. Dehazing is key to the government research in the vehicle network and environment. The quality of all things technology and network communication technology is measured by the experience quality of the device used. In the physical net investment, the electromechanical cycle of the device used are assessed to dictate and can reflect the real experience quality of the device used in real time. So this article uses the 8 different animal systems: no animal, anger, hate, grief, plague, nickel, love, romantic love, joy, and reverence under assessment cycle, and analyze the relationship between their physical character characteristic and animal state in order to get through the physical parameter to environment the quality of the vehicle under the network environment. The user experience second relaxed work. Physical logical cycle refers to the cycle spoken use products by human body in the physiological process, which contain a lot of information in human animal and has greater research suggestions. Physiological cycles are regulated by the human nervous system and digestive system, which can difficultly reflect the real animal of human beings, and can greatly reduce the interference of other physical in less processed animal recognition. The Ellipse vertical graphical symbol is the physical products by the music activity and is the surface of the cycle action potential products by the multi-uses. SEMG cycles are recorded from the skin surface and reflect the focational state of nerve and musical. Because EMG cycle can be recorded noisily, EMG cycle have been used in a variety of fields, including motion analysis, navigation, analysis, mathematical discourses, and present culture. 3. Assessment practice and data analysis. The end use experience quality evaluation process based on SEMG as shown in the figure. In physical domain analysis, the main analysis method is to conduct forces transform on EMG cycle to obtain the spectrum or power spectrum of EMG cycle, which can reflect the change of EMG cycle in difficult frequent computing so it can better reflect the change of EMG cycle in frequency dimension. The spectrum shift of SEMG cycle power space can be used as empirical indicator of the computation velocity of music fiber. in order to calculate characterize the spectrum or power spectrum of SEMG cycles. Research of use the following two indexes, namely mean power frequency and mean density frequency. Because the average power physical is highly sensitive to the frequency spectrum with visualization under low load condition. It can be used as the reliability measurement property of locate mucus feature in human body. This experiment measures the change of SEMG cycle especially under difficult physiological and animal state of use. There is no obvious mucus effect. However, deficit of long-time accessible process, physical damage process, and the benefit for analysis. Firstly, the experimental result. The average power cycle of SEMG cycle in 8 difficult animal state of the subject within 20 days was 60 days and plotted as the corresponding histogram. We took the average values of the 20-day measurement data and observed the mean vehicle of MPF velocity of the appearance of SEMG cycle on the difficult animals. The feature shows the specificity of SEMG cycle in 8 animal and physiological state of the subject during the test on the set days. Experiment found that the short time phase transform of MPF to some express account will represent change of musical feature, but because of the process transform is only empirical to smooth mutation in the cycle. So when change the SEMG cycle based on process transform of frequency domain feature is not difficult to relieve the change of music feature. The experimental data for the subject in the corresponding part of the SEMG cycle with animal state likely in the mountain and the beginning of the end. There may be a drop set. The result can only qualitative analysis to get the use physiological animal state, and there was some correlation between physiological cycle characteristics. Parameters can be used to get the use experience as a quality references data. Finally, I would like to thank all the experts. Thanks to my instructor and classmate.